ثم قاعدين. هاي هو
اطلع بسرعة، اطلع على السيارة. مين اللي يجي؟ هاي نفس الدار يا عمي. اطلع بقول لك تطلع فيا. خد يا بيه. وديك عايز ارجع الاجواء. اطلع. ولا فوق. سمير ما تسلك جوا بس انا خليك جوا والله كل الرمل المفروض على جوا صوب معي بدون صوب. سكر السحب. عين السحب. عين جاي انسحبت خلاص. فارس طلع على المكان.
تموا قاعدين. هيا هو
اطلع اطلع بسرعه، اطلع على السياره.
يا زلمه بس يجي يا شباب.
مين اللي يجي؟ مين يجي؟
هاي نفس الدار.
يا عمي اطلع بقول لك، تطلع فيا. خك يا بيه.
وديه عندنا وديه الاجواء.
اطلع. ما يفرق معك ولا فوق.
سمير ما تمشي لك بس انا خليك تجاوب كل رمى من كل الصوت ما يجيب الصوت.
سكر الباب، سكر السحب. عين السحب. عين جاي انسحاب خلاص.
فارس طلع على المكان.
No decisions have been made to
joining us. You're at JFK Airport right now in Kaylee.
Missing people.
We have more.
Why do you delete a tweet confessing to the bombing of the hospital if Jihad al-Islami did that? So we'd like to have your comments on the cancellation of the four-side summit in Amman.
And the fabrication story, you're correct. I have nothing to add to it. On the cancellation of the summit, first of all, President Abbas said that he cannot attend, and he went back to Ramallah, and I expect him that he is speaking to giving a national speech as we speak now. It might be in your in your outfit, in Al Arabiya and Al Jazeera and all of them. He is talking to the Palestinian people and to everyone as we speak, I believe, and he asked for a meeting for the Palestinian leadership. So that's what he did. I understand that our Egyptian brothers canceled the hotels of their today after this massacre. Therefore, they canceled the participation, but I think my brother will speak to that. Yes, and then of course our Jordanian brothers said that we cannot have a summit with these conditions. We don't know what the other President Biden is still going there or not, but he canceled President Biden too. Okay, so that because the only thing that would make sense if he made ceasefire immediately, and I'm coming to force the implementation of ceasefire. I don't know what he said, but the summit has been cancelled, but my brothers from Jordan and Egypt can say it. Yes.
In a minute, please. Just, that horrible crime and attack against the hospital in Gaza earlier today is a stark reminder of everyone that what we have been warning against to happen. We have been telling everyone that we're fearful that violations of international humanitarian law is going to happen. We have seen that before, and we have warned everyone to uphold their responsibilities. We have asked the Security Council to uphold its responsibilities. The permanent members have a specific, especially those who have special ties here or there. There should be no conditional support ever. We're asking everyone for having a ceasefire immediately and so on. And speaking now to the issue of the summit, Cairo is hosting the summit as scheduled. We're speaking about the Cairo summit next Saturday, where parties in the region, permanent P5 are invited and are gathered. The Secretary General has confirmed his participation with the view to seek to address the humanitarian aspect of the outgoing war and how to put it to a ceasefire, and as well a very serious attempt to have a political horizon to address the fundamentals of the whole issue. This is what I wanted to say, and of course I add my voice to Ambassador Riyad Mansour in the issue of the accountability. There is no party above international law. No party ever would be, as much as the Arab ministers did condemn attacks on civilians, the same applies. Whoever has perpetrated that horrible crime of today should be held accountable, and we'll work to that end, and we're hopeful that the Council will be up to the responsibility.
All right, Palestinian representatives there at the United Nations commenting on this forthcoming Biden trip to Israel and also about the horrific attack on this hospital in Gaza, and still calls by them for de-escalation and a ceasefire continue there at the United Nations. We do want to step away from this. We also have a live picture at the White House and a live picture as well at yet another hospital in Gaza City. But like I said, so many of these both pro-Israeli and pro-Palestinian protests have been going on here stateside, nationwide, throughout the course of the last 12 days. We have a live picture of one of them here that is ongoing at the moment, this in Las Vegas. You can see there pro-Israeli protesters on one side of the street and pro-Palestinian ones on the other side of the street. We want to take the opportunity now, though, to bring into the conversation our friend here, Rabbi Rick Jacobs. He's the president for Union for Reform Judaism. We have been speaking to him throughout the course of this conflict, and he joins me now. Rabbi, thanks so much for being with us here. I know you're very, very busy. Wanted to get you on again because you heard there from some of these Palestinian officials at the United Nations. You maybe have seen some of the tweets I was putting up from some of these more progressive Democratic members of the U.S. House of Representatives calling for ceasefire, calling for de-escalation. And I'm talking about the United Nations. I just told the viewers we were over the UN Security Council this very time last night, where that resolution was rejected. The resolution made no mention of Hamas. The word Hamas wasn't in the resolution. And so the resolution failed quite disastrously there at the Security Council. Is it time for de-escalation and ceasefire, Rabbi?
Well, let's start with just the facts. And I think anybody with a human heart would feel the pain of this bombing that hit the hospital in Gaza. However, it matters greatly who actually fired that. If it turns out to be Islamic Jihad, that actually changes the whole picture. If it was the IDF or a missile coming from Israel, that's a key question. So I think and there was such a quick jumping to a conclusion without any evidence. There's plenty of evidence that's being shared that shows that actually the rocket was fired from Gaza, misfired, and landed on that hospital, tragically killing all those people. The death of those people does not change, but the whole moral calculation regarding this really deadly cycle that's heating up, and it started obviously with a brutal, almost barbaric attack on Israel on October 7th. In terms of, is it time for a ceasefire? Let's actually think about Joe Biden. He's about to land in Israel. One of the things that his office put out just in the last hour or two is that he's actually going to speak to the Israeli security cabinet, and he's going to ask, he said, hard questions. What is the aim? What is the actual plan? So I think that Biden isn't going there just to give solidarity, which he's going to give, but also he wants to feel more confident that there is an end game that is clear and effective. So it's important that he's there. Obviously, the meeting in Jordan was canceled,
right,
but I think it's really a key moment for our president to be there.
Yeah, because we've been bringing on national security folks who have said the Biden trip will inevitably delay this impending ground incursion by Israeli forces into Gaza. We don't know by how many days it will delay that. But to your point, that's a concern amongst U.S. officials, and that has been voiced to their Israeli counterparts. Once you go into Gaza, what happens next? What is the long-term plan here, and how long do you plan to stay, right?
Yeah, those are really big, challenging questions. And a ground incursion is so dangerous. It's actually quite deadly for the Israel Defense Forces. Not clear. It's certainly clear that Hamas has embedded itself deep within the civilian areas of Gaza, and they are waiting. And again, what is the goal? To topple the Hamas regime? Is it to eliminate their military capacity? When you think about what the Hamas folks have done underground, it reminds me a little bit of the New York City subway system. It's elaborate. It's not a few narrow little tunnels. It's a literal city underneath ground. And, all the resources have been poured into this kind of aggressive military campaign. So I think Israel is very clear. It has to neutralize Hamas's capacity to not simply inflict harm, but to advance their agenda, which is clearly to wipe Israel off the map. At the same time, people with moral conscience, and I know that is the majority of people who are, at least the ones that I talk to, have to at the same time know that Israel has to defend herself. We also cannot ignore the suffering of innocent civilians in Gaza who are also hostages. And can we remember the 200 Israeli hostages that were taken? That is a piece of this moral calculation as well. And it's really critical to not overlook what they are experiencing. I had the chance to hear today I was in Washington, D.C., meeting with congressional leaders with a whole group of Jewish leaders. And we heard a first-person account, a woman who actually was at the concert, the all-night concert by the Gaza border. And she described in the most harrowing detail what she experienced. It's certainly the case that we're getting clear about what actually happened on that October 7th. It's horrific. And we have to make sure that what's happening today and tomorrow is going to not only eliminate Hamas's military capacity, but not cause needless harm to the people of Gaza who are not necessarily supporters of Hamas. And Hamas is not fighting to liberate the Palestinian people, to give them rights. Their agenda is very different. It's very sinister, and it's not something you can just say, well, let's call off the whole thing and just make nice. It's not that kind of conflict.
Yeah, I just want to bring up the counterfactual and cite something that Ron DeSantis, the Florida governor, had said about possibly bringing evacuees and refugees in from Gaza. I've been making this point throughout the last 12 days that the Palestinian people writ large, are not members of the Hamas terrorist organization or the Palestinian Islamic Jihad. DeSantis took it further, though. He says everyone in Gaza, everyone in Palestine is still anti-Semitic and still they don't want to see a state of Israel. What do you say to that?
I think it's not accurate. There are plenty of people who have been indoctrinated. I mean, look at the school system in Gaza. They're teaching hate for not just Israel, but also for the Jewish community. But that's just not my experience. I know Palestinians in the West Bank, and I think many of them are in a deep conflict with the state of Israel. But I don't think that kind of simplistic categorization that all Palestinians harbor anti-Semitism, I don't think that's helpful. I don't think it's accurate. But I do think there is embedded in a lot of young minds, and those young minds grow up to be sometimes hopeless adults, that somehow there are no partners to build a different future. There must be.
Yeah. Rabbi, you and I talk about these big questions. We take the 30,000-foot view a lot in our conversations. And I'm going to put this up. We lost the shot there in Las Vegas. You had these dueling rallies, pro-Israeli, pro-Palestinian. You have seen that throughout the course of the last 12 days in cities all across this country. The tensions are so high. And you're talking about moral clarity, unambiguous about what happened. And we have to be, declarative about that. But when you see all of this protest movement, this rancor, these demonstrations, what does that tell you? It tells me that people might not be as morally clear about what exactly happened, about what's about to happen. Do you agree with that?
Well, I don't think moral clarity is widespread at this moment. I think there's a lot of not just murkiness, but sometimes a deliberate, kind of seeing an ideological picture, which is not actually borne out. We also see enormous demonization. I've seen and been present for some of these protests, and the kind of celebration for the mass murder of Jews in Israel. You can support the rights of Palestinians, but to celebrate the brutal massacre of Jews, there's no place for that. I've not seen that in the pro-Israel rallies. I think those are rallies for protection and moral accountability. So I think we have to be careful. I think moral clarity is what we aim for, but I don't hear moral clarity across the board. And I think we also are seeing, again, you're involved in the media, Andrew, you're a very responsible journalist, but we're seeing on social media and in other news outlets things that have not in any way been fact-checked, have not been, kind of compared to the actual data or facts that we have. And I just think that also feeds some of this hate and demonization, which actually just, increases the downward spiral.
Yeah. Top of the hour here, Rabbi. Just before we go, final thoughts. What are you going to be looking for tomorrow? I mean, it's like we're taking this conflict day by day by day. This attack on this hospital in Gaza, I think, really changed the trajectory of this conflict going forward. It kind of scuttled a lot of these talks that were going to take place with U.S. officials and regional partners. So we'll just have to see what tomorrow brings. What do you think tomorrow brings?
First of all, it doesn't seem accidental that this whole incident happened as President Biden boards Air Force One and heads over to try and do something good and to really, kind of bring a voice. I can tell you that the Israeli people are so unbelievably moved by President Biden's, not just his words in the past week, but his getting on a plane and coming over, the moving of carrier groups to Eastern Mediterranean. I think he has enormous credibility. He can speak whatever truth he wants, and he will be heard. He'll be heard in the security cabinet. He'll be heard in whatever public statements he makes. And I think we have a lot riding on him being his very best presidential self, which we have no reason to think he'll be otherwise.
All right, Rabbi Rick Jacobs, as always, thanks so much for a great conversation. We'll talk soon.
Look forward to it. Thank you.
All right, I hope you found that informative there. We always want to bring on the rabbi there to talk about especially this conflict now. We usually speak with him about some of the Israeli domestic political squabbles, but now they are in a war footing, and we'll continue to follow it here. Let's just take a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, Live Now Look on Capitol Hill, I was previewing this a couple of hours ago. We want to make sure that we do get in so many of these developments. For the first House floor vote that took place for Jim Jordan as Speaker, well, it failed, and still there is no Speaker of the House of Representatives. We'll be bringing on some of our Capitol Hill reporters to talk about what happens next, talk about why this failed today on the House floor, and so much more. Also, when we come back, we're staying on Capitol Hill. We're going to hear from some of these lawmakers on the Israel-Hamas war, about these resolutions that have been put forward about providing millions in the billions of dollars to the war effort there. We'll see if that has any traction when we come back. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox Live Now. Look there outside of this hospital in the Gaza Strip, where so many of those who were injured in that rocket strike that was allegedly at the hands of the terror group Islamic Jihad were taken. And so we have been showing you this live picture as we continue to cover the Israel-Hamas war. We also have a live picture there in Jerusalem as well. Well, in about an hour's time, the sun's going to come up. We're still tracking when President Biden's going to arrive, not there in Jerusalem, but in Tel Aviv as well. And so we're going to continue to follow this story because frankly, there's really no end in sight to this story because, remember, calls for a ceasefire, for de-escalation have been echoing across the world, but it does not seem like they are being heeded at this point in time. All in the run-up to this looming ground offensive we're being told that Israel will launch inside of Gaza. All right, in the meantime, though, Live Now Look, we also have on Capitol Hill, take a look at this as we continue to cover some of these other major headlines. Some are related to the war in Israel, some are not, some are kind of, and of course, without a Speaker of the House of Representatives, no resolution condemning Hamas can come to the floor. No supplemental funding bill for the Israeli war effort can come to the floor. Nothing can come to the floor. No business can be before it because there is no House Speaker. Well, there was an attempt made to get a Speaker today. Jim Jordan, the Republican from Ohio, the chairman of the House Judiciary Committee, falling short by about 20 votes. Well, let's get more on this from Fox's Caroline Shively there in Washington.
The Speaker has not been elected.
20 Republican holdouts stood in the way of what could be House Speaker Jim Jordan.
We're going to keep working, and we're going to get to the votes.
On Tuesday, Mr. Jordan failed his first test when the vote went to the House floor, despite a right-wing push to boost him.
I think some of the pressure campaigns have backfired. They have not worked.
Republican disunity all too familiar after Kevin McCarthy was booted from the position 2 weeks ago by party hardliners. Ever since, a coalition of Republicans angry at that situation have refused to give Jordan a promotion. Some are even scared of his hard-right policies and his take on the Capitol riot.
There's no way we win the majority if the message we send to the American people is that we believe that the election was stolen, and we believe that January 6th was okay.
And now the House is in a holding pattern with rounds of votes that could be in store. Without a leader, the lower chamber hasn't been able to fully operate for days and counting amid a Middle East war and a looming government shutdown.
We got to wake up and stop this nonsense. There's real serious work to be done.
While both sides want to restore the order, Democrats say Jordan is too extreme to lead. The Speaker of the House is second in line to the presidency, only behind the Vice President.
I'm glad he lost.
His election would cement MAGA control over the Republican Party in America.
The next Speaker vote is expected to happen Wednesday. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
Caroline, thanks so much. In the meantime, let's hear from Jim Jordan, the Speaker candidate. He was walking through the halls of the Capitol after the vote took place. Let's listen to what he had to say to reporters.
Good afternoon, Mr. Jordan. How many rounds do you think this Speaker vote's going to take?
We need to get it. Watch yourself. We need to get the Speaker as possible and get to work with the mayor.
Any concerns you've heard from members about tactics used to win your vote?
No.
Are you going back to the floor today?
No, not yet. But that's the plan.
When do you think the next vote will be, sir?
We're going to keep going. We've had great conversations, great discussions with our colleagues, and frankly, no one in our conference wants to see any type of coalition government with Democrats. So we're going to keep working, and we're going to get to the votes.
How many ballots are you willing to go through?
Until we get a speaker, we got to have the speaker, and it can't be some deal with the Democrats. I mean, American people don't want that. They like Republicans in a majority, small majority. I get it. But we got 200 votes on the first ballot. I think that maybe even more than what Kevin got back in January, right about where Kevin was. Gus Billaracis is a vote for us. That's 201. We've had good conversations. We're going to keep working. Thank you all. Thank you all.
Make a path, guys. Make a path.
Thank you all. Good to see you.
Make a path.
Have you narrowed that down?
We think we've narrowed it down some.
How much?
Is the plan to still go to the floor tonight?
No, we'll go to the floor tomorrow.
You're going to do the next ballot tomorrow?
Why is that? Why the delay?
You got to keep talking to them.
Will there be another conference meeting before another vote?
I don't know. That's up to. We haven't scheduled anything for that. Get that up to the Lisa's office, to the conference chair's office. Go this way, guys. Sorry.
Is there anything specific the holdouts have asked for that you're going to negotiate on? Such as? Just the appropriations with the CR, have you laid out?
I've laid out that plan.
The 1%
Yeah,
no vote tonight?
No vote tonight, sir?
Next vote is tomorrow.
Will you make any deal on salt?
Tomorrow at 11.
Tomorrow at 11.
All right, back out live there to the U.S. Capitol. I know that was somewhat hard to follow, kind of hard to hear so many reporters following Jim Jordan as he got into the elevator there. We want to talk to one of those reporters who was in that scrum today. Before we do just that, he tweeted this. I'm talking about Reese Gorman, saying that Jordan says the next vote will be at 11 a.m. tomorrow. No more votes tonight. Let's bring in Reese to the conversation here. He's a Capitol Hill correspondent with the Washington Examiner. He joins me now. Reese, thanks for being with us. I know you've had quite the day. I guess I was at the gym earlier this morning. I was telling people who I work out with that there would be a speaker by the end of the day. I was very wrong. Were you very wrong? Did you think Jordan had the votes going into today?
If you would have asked me this question last night or yesterday afternoon, I would have said, yes, he has it locked up. But after that conference meeting that the GOP held last night and coming out of it seems like all of Jordan's momentum kind of stalled. The holdouts were able to come together and kind of talk about a plan. They were able to realize that there's more of them than what meets the eye, and they're kind of able to band together. And they publicly were able to say, no, we are not voting for Jim Jordan. Here's why. And they kind of laid out their specific reasons. So to come to the floor, I knew there was probably going to be between anywhere from 6 to 10 holdouts. What was surprising was that there was 20 holdouts. That was probably the biggest surprise to me, especially Appropriations Chair Kay Granger. Now, it's not every day you see a chair of a major committee, especially Appropriations, vote against a procedural motion like you saw on the floor today. But you had Kay Granger vote against it. You have Steve Womack, who's a cardinal. He's a chairman of an Appropriations Subcommittee. You had Mike Simpson, who's a cardinal, that also voted against him. And then you had your kind of people you expected. The New York Republicans voted against him. And that was kind of that was the surprising thing to me, was how many of these high-ranking Republicans voted against Jordan, and then how many holdouts there were in general, being 20.
Yeah. I think, Reese, you know, I saw this, Chad Pergam tweeted this today, that Jim Jordan got more votes against him on this first ballot than McCarthy got against him in the first ballot all the way back in January. I think it was 19. Jordan got 20. Help us make sense, because I think a lot of Americans watching this essentially are saying, well, they all voted for Scalise. They all voted for Jordan behind closed doors. How does it fail once it gets to the House floor? I think there's like this cognitive dissonance here about why that is.
Yeah. And so I think what happened is you had a lot of people mad that Steve Scalise was kind of what they feel was wronged, was tanked by Jordan allies. So a lot of these holdouts did not vote for Jim Jordan behind closed doors. You have some, now it's a private ballot, so we'll never officially know unless they tell us. But you have some like Victoria Sparks, who did vote for Jordan, but was upset about how the process was. She voted against him. That's one story. But a lot of these people vote for Scalise. Now they're Scalise allies. What happened with Scalise was these allies feel like Scalise rightfully won in conference. He was their nominee. And a bunch of Jordan allies came out and said, we are never voting for Steve Scalise. We want Jim Jordan our speaker. We're willing to tank Steve Scalise and not vote for him on the floor. We're never going to vote for him, and we're only vote for Jim Jordan.
Yeah.
So I think that's kind of where a lot of this anger came from, was these people felt like they didn't accept the results of an election. They did not respect the results that Steve Scalise rightfully won the first nomination. He won that election in conference. And so now they're basically like, we're not voting for Jim Jordan. They don't like the tactics he used.
Okay.
And not necessarily Jordan particularly, but mostly his allies, the tactics they used, the intimidation, the pressure. They didn't like that. And they are standing firm, and they're going to vote against him for as long as it takes.
Wow. You know, Reese, also, when you talk about Steve Womack from Arkansas, when you talk about Mario Diaz-Balart from Florida, they remain no at this point in time, but they were some of the members, they wanted to vote on a second ballot tonight. They didn't want to wait until 11 a.m. Eastern tomorrow. They wanted to vote tonight. So is this period right now we're in, this interim period before the next vote, is Jim Jordan just on the phone? Has he been on the phone, do you think?
He definitely has been on the phone. He's probably been trying to meet with some members in person. But to be fair, it's going to be a long climb. Mario Diaz-Balart will likely never vote for Jim Jordan. He said today, these intimidation tactics have not worked. You start trying to pressure me, that's whenever I stop being flexible, and I'm done. He said that he stands firm in his position, and he will likely continue voting for Steve Scalise and not Jim Jordan. Same with Steve Womack. Now, I had a one-on-one interview with Womack yesterday. This was prior to the conference meeting, and he is fed up. He is angry. He does not like that what in his words, a minority of the majority have been able to dictate the entire Congress. He does not like that. They ousted McCarthy, this minority of the majority. They held up Scalise, and they blocked him from becoming speaker, and they're fed up. So I think there are a lot of hard no's right now. And I think Jordan's big worry, and rightfully so, is that he will likely lose votes on the second ballot. He'll pick up a few. Doug LaMalfa, he already said that he's voting for Jordan. He'll get one more, probably from blanking on the member's name, but he was out of town. He's from Florida. He's out of town for a funeral. And then, and then there's other members. I talked to some that have said that they are not voting for him after this first ballot. They said they promised that they would vote for him on the first ballot. That's the promise they made to Jordan. And now that he didn't get on the first ballot, they're done. Dave Joyce, someone I asked, I was like, hey, are you planning on voting for Jordan on the second ballot? He's the head of Republican governance group. He's a moderate Republican. He said, I promised Jordan I'd vote for him on the first ballot. I made my promise. Whatever happens after that, we'll have to see. And so Vern Buchanan's kind of the same way. He said, I'm evaluating all my options right now.
That's stunning. I mean, that's stunning that you have members who committed to vote only on the first ballot and not if it would get to the second, or the third, or the fourth ballot. So we could potentially see Jim Jordan lose even more support in the next 24 hours. I just want to go over the first ballot. McCarthy got a lot as well, but I thought it was interesting. Lee Zeldin got 6 votes. He's not even a current member of the House of Representatives. Scalise got 7. Hakeem Jeffries got 212. Or I'm sorry, no, McCarthy got 6 votes. Zeldin got 3 votes here. So McCarthy still had some support here, 6 votes. What do you think Kevin McCarthy is thinking about all of this, Reese?
I think McCarthy, now, I've talked to some in his inner circle. He's not going to be speaker again. Those 8 people that voted to oust him are still going to vote to oust. They're not going to support him. Now, he might be able to get 1 or 2 of those to flip, but you got the Gates, the Goods, Rosendale that are not going to support him. And they'll probably have others, if he decides to throw his hat in the ring, they'll get upset that he threw his hat in the ring again and won't vote for him there. So I think he's kind of at ease with the fact that he's not going to be speaker. And that's why he's pushing so hard for Jordan. And so I think that's kind of his thinking, is he's just kind of at ease with the fact that he doesn't have the votes for speaker. So he's trying to get his preferred candidate and Jim Jordan to be speaker. But that's kind of the thinking that I think he has at the moment.
Reese, just lastly, though, I mean, what is the holdup with Jim Jordan among some of these members? Is it all personal, or is it somewhat policy focused? Because I thought Jim Jordan was going to be this consensus who can bring what he said in his letter yesterday, the 5 families all together, and they could play nice, the 5 families being some of these factions in the Republican Party in the conference there in the House. So what is it?
So I think you have a few that are voting against him. Mario Diaz-Balart, Carlos Jimenez, people like that, that just, Doug LaMalfa is one of them, that they don't like how Scalise was treated. So it is kind of personal to them. Then you have your New York Republicans that voted against him, that voted for Lee Zeldin, former New York member, ran for New York governor. That is policy focused. They don't think Jordan will rightfully treat their New York base. They want state and local tax reductions, also known as SALT, and which is a huge thing within the New York delegation, especially the Republican members. That's something they've really been pushing for all Congress. Jason Smith of Ways and Means, according to them, has not been really open-minded to accepting these kind of proposals they're making. They made very clear before this first speaker vote, before Scalise was elected, that any Republican nominee for speaker will have to make commitments to them in order to get their votes to hear SALT reduction policies. And they don't want the whole thing. They just want a little portions here and there. And then you got your appropriators, Kay Granger, Steve Womack, Mike Simpson, that are worried. I mean, Jordan was a key figure in this 35-day holdout government shutdown during the Trump administration. Him and Mark Meadows were some of the people that led that. They don't like shutdowns. Jim Jordan voted against a continuing resolution that was on the floor to avoid a government shutdown just, I think it was 3 weeks ago now. And so that's a fear to them that Jim Jordan does not take government funding seriously. He's okay with the shutdown. He's okay with these big, huge cuts. And that's what worries some to them. And and then you got people like defense hawks who, some of them did vote. So you had Mike Rogers, chairman of Armed Services, who did vote for Jordan. You had King Calvert, the head of the Defense Subcommittee on Appropriations, that did vote for Jordan. But it was they didn't vote for Jordan because they liked Jordan. They voted for Jordan because he told them, he kind of eased their mind about some of his defense stuff. You have Jen Kiggins of Virginia, another defense hawk, who voted against Jordan on this ballot. And I think defense is her biggest thing. I've talked to her. I went down to district and I wrote a whole profile on her. And defense is her number one thing. And she is worried, as a lot of defense hawks are, a lot of appropriators, that these agencies that are needed to keep the government going, to keep America secure, will not be properly funded under a Jordan speakership. Now, Jordan has said that he does not plan on shutting the government down. He does not want to have massive cuts to these defense industries, whether it be DOD, military, Milcon VA, the Veterans Affairs, stuff like that. He does not want huge cuts to these agencies.
What about Israel and Ukraine funding?
He's made that clear. His allies have made this clear, but I think they're looking at past votes, past rhetoric, and kind of who he was prior to running for speaker. And they're seeing that his votes don't line up with what he's saying. And I think that's something that's really worrisome to them.
Reese, so we're watching these barricades be put up outside the Capitol complex right now. Yeah. Presumably there's going to be some protests, possibly pro-Israeli ones, possibly pro-Palestinian ones. Has Jim Jordan definitively answered whether he supports funding for Ukraine and funding for Israel in some type of supplemental bill? That's one of the concerns, right, that some of these holdouts have when it comes to Congress's role in aiding and assisting allies around the world, right?
Yes. And so, yeah, just to touch on the barricades, us in the press, members, staffers were alerted that tomorrow is going to be a high security day at the Capitol. These happen from now on when planned protests are happening. And this is one of them. There's going to be demonstrations tomorrow, or likely will be. But to your other question on Jordan, this has been mixed. He does support Israel. He does support funding Israel aid, giving aid to Israel. That is something he is committed to. He is all in on that. The Ukraine factor is another thing. You've had some members that have said Jordan promised them that he would put Ukraine and the Israel supplemental, tie them together, and put that package on the floor. Now, Jordan's team, on the record, denied that was said. They said that they said he would try. He would try to get that package put on the floor, but he never necessarily promised it. And you've had those members that said they were promised it, have come out and said, not necessarily on the record, it's been mostly on background, that have said, well, we were told he promised us. We were told that he promised he would put this on the floor, not that just he would try. And so that's up to confusion. I know that me and other reporters have asked Jordan about this, and he has kind of bounced around the answer. He's answered the Israel question mostly. He's like, I'm committed to funding Israel. I'm committed to helping Israel. But the Ukraine part and the tying that supplemental together is something he's kind of danced around a little bit.
Okay.
So I don't really have a clear answer on that necessarily. Israel, he is all for. Ukraine aid is something that we'll have to see.
All right.
It's not, he's been dancing around that part of the question.
All right, Reed, just lastly, this is so great. I mean, I didn't expect that we're going to have that live picture outside the Capitol complex in D.C., but I don't know if you're in the prediction-making business, but this is going on the 13th day, I believe, without a Speaker of the House of Representatives? Correct me if I'm wrong
15th,
there.
Yeah.
Okay, and so you said 15 days.
15.
All right, 15 days, no Speaker of the House of Representatives. What is going to happen on the floor tomorrow if you were a betting man?
If I was a betting man, and just from my conversation I've had with people, I've been texting, calling members all day today since this vote happened, trying to figure out what they're gauging, and everybody's telling me the same thing. He's going to lose votes tomorrow. Now, I've had some people say he'll gain a couple, and but also he'll lose some of the support, so it might be a clean wash, which is not progress for him. He needs to actually decrease that 20 number. And then I've had others that have said, coming out of meetings with him, that they're like, I just don't know. I think he's going to lose votes tomorrow. And I think that's kind of where things stand, is I think he does lose votes on the floor. I think that's a general consensus among members right now, is that even members that are that voted for him think that he's going to lose support tomorrow on the floor, because a lot of these people either promise they'd only vote for him on the first ballot, or they see that they have kind of the security to vote against him. They have this cover because 20 people vote against him now. They can kind of run against, oh, like I did support Jordan at first, but it became clear that he's not going to get speakership, so we should move on to someone else. And so they can kind of spin it that way.
Yeah, it seems like this first vote that took place today was somewhat of a formality to kind of, get members' opinions out there about how they think of Jordan one way or the other. We talked to Carlos Jimenez there of Florida earlier today. He's still a strict no. We talked to him here on Live Now. So I guess it's just we have to wait and see. And we're going to be showing all of this tomorrow here on Live Now. But Reese Gorman, as always, so invaluable, your reporting, your expertise there on Capitol Hill. We'll definitely be speaking again, Reese. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Andrew.
All right, I hope you found that informative there. But to Reese's point, the press pool there, many members, many reporters got this kind of Capitol complex-wide email today, just alerting that there's going to be some protests, some demonstrations ongoing outside the Capitol. And that's what's going on right now with these barricades that are being set up. This shot's coming to us from Fox 5 in D.C. there. You can see a lot of these barricades going up around the Capitol complex. So that kind of worked out well as we were talking about all of this. So let's take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we're staying on Capitol Hill. We're going to focus on the Senate side. We're hearing from senators about the war in Israel. We'll talk soon. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us here. Live Now look there at the U.S. Capitol. As we continue to cover the fallout from the Israel-Hamas war, now going on day 12 there. The sun's about to come up over Jerusalem. We have that shot there in Jerusalem and there in Gaza as well at and outside this hospital there. In the meantime, though, we want to head back to Capitol Hill. We heard from Senate Republicans and Senate Democrats today talking about how the legislature can help Israel fight this war against Hamas. I'm talking about resolutions and possible supplemental funding. Apparently, the Biden administration has asked Congress for $100 billion in aid, not only for Israel, but also Ukraine, and also going to our own southern border here at the United States. In the meantime, let's hear from some of these Senate Republicans today, led by Minority Leader McConnell.
Thanks for coming.
Well, obviously, much has happened since we were last together. I remember, and you may well remember this too, that Bob Gates said that after the Berlin Wall came down, we had a holiday with history. And if you recall, we thought big power competition was going away and that our challenges would simply be against terrorism. Well, we certainly had terrorism. We had a war in Afghanistan, a war in Iraq, all related to terrorism or the fear of terrorism. Now, regretfully, as we've learned in the last week, we still have terrorism, and what's changed is we have two big power competitors at the same time. So the holiday from history is clearly over. We anticipate, and you've been writing about it, the administration will send up a supplemental that deals with Israel, Ukraine, Taiwan, and Republicans are going to want something serious about the border. And so we'll take a look at the package when they send it up, make suggestions to improve it if that's needed. But clearly, the world has changed dramatically in the last 10 days.
And let me just say that all of us are heartbroken and disgusted, really, by the atrocities committed by Hamas against Israel. There are some in this country, and you see it more in our college and university campuses, who don't seem to see this issue with moral clarity. But it really is an example of unspeakable evil committed against innocent civilians, innocent children. And I can say that the Republican conference stands in solidarity with Israel and its right not only to exist, but also to defend itself and to protect its citizens from these types of attacks. Right now, the administration's focus should be on getting Americans home, working on trying to free up some of the hostages that are still held in Gaza, and I hope that will be first and foremost what they work on. Let me just say, too, that as you think about this issue and the issue of national security, the director of the FBI warned just recently that there could be copycat attacks here in the United States. And that really bears on one of the issues that the leader mentioned with respect to whatever package emerges from the Congress and is put forward by the White House, that we deal with the issue of our southern border. And if you look at just in the last 2 years, they have a category called special interest aliens. And in that category, there have been 659 Iranians that they have apprehended trying to come across our southern border. And in this last year, there have been 151 people on the terrorist watch list who have been apprehended at our southern border, which is more than the last 6 years combined. This is a national security issue, and it demands attention from this administration. And so I hope that as we anticipate, contemplate dealing with a package up here that addresses the needs in Israel and Ukraine and Taiwan and other places around the world, but that focuses clearly on the national security challenges that we have here right at home in the United States. And that is a porous southern border that this administration has ignored since the time it took office.
Well, national security starts with border security, and under Joe Biden, our country is a lot less safe because our southern border is wide open. If you talk to Border Patrol, they will tell you that bad people are coming in record numbers from around the world. Terrorists, criminals exploiting the significant increase in the flow of illegal immigrants to the country. Hundreds on the FBI terrorist watch list have already been apprehended, but they can't tell us how many got through, how many are here already, because under Joe Biden, close to 2 million illegal immigrant gotaways have gotten here by escaping detection at all. It's gotten so bad that the Department of Homeland Security issued additional terror warnings last month about increased terrorism and criminal actors. The world watched the horror of Hamas in Israel a week and a half ago. Women, children, tortured, raped, beheaded, 30 Americans killed, others held captive. Terrorists would love to see the exact same thing happen to us right here. And Joe Biden's open border policy makes that our greatest threat of terrorism. Republicans have solutions that will actually work. Our Secure the Border Act of 2023 has passed the House already. It provides the manpower, the technology, and actual physical barrier to work against illegal immigration and protect our communities, protect our citizens. Under Joe Biden, he has undermined our nation's safety and security.
The United States stands firmly beside Israel. I was privileged to lead a delegation that was bipartisan into the Middle East this past week. Our final destination was Israel. Unfortunately, we found out about the attacks upon Israel by Hamas. Our journeys were stalled momentarily, but the delegation and I were able to travel into Israel and meet with many of the Israeli leaders, including the Prime Minister. So this president has failed in many different respects. First, we need to be focusing on the release of the hostages. Our hearts are just in agony. As I spoke to the families of the Israelis who had loved ones that were murdered and taken away into the Gaza Strip, I spoke with Americans in Israel who had family members that were affected by the terrorist attacks in Israel. We must focus on getting these hostages back. These loved ones are in dire straits, not knowing whether their brothers, their sisters, their parents have been tortured or killed by Hamas. And make no bones about it, the Hamas terrorists that are holding these hostages, they are backed by Iran. They are backed by Iran. And we see this administration appeasing the Iranians. Since President Joe Biden took office, he has lined the pockets of the Iranians by $80 billion. And we know that those funds go directly to terrorist organizations. Hamas, 93% of their funding comes from Iran. 100% of the funding to the Palestinian Islamic Jihad comes from Iran. We also know that they sponsor Hezbollah, the Houthis, and many other terrorist organizations around the region. We need to step up as America and push back not just against the terrorists, but against this Iranian regime.
All right, so Senate Republicans there. Joni Ernst, the Republican from Iowa, speaking out about Iran specifically. We're going to step away from this. Wanted to make sure you heard from some of those Senate Republicans on Capitol Hill about the Israel-Hamas war. Well, when we come back, we'll be hearing from Senate Democrats on the same topic. We'll see you in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We're going to hear now from Senate Democrats on Capitol Hill, led by Majority Leader Schumer there, talking about this resolution that's being circulated about there on the Senate side when it comes to condemning Hamas's actions in Israel with that attack now 12 days ago, but also with ideas about what a possible supplemental funding package might look like to the Israeli war effort, also to Ukraine, also to the southern border. We're also going to keep up a shot of the White House. President Biden still en route to Israel. If we get any pictures of Air Force One landing on the tarmac, we'll bring that to you as well. And then, of course, the exterior shot that we've been showing you outside one of these other hospitals in Gaza, where many of the injured are being treated. Many of the wounded were taken there after that rocket attack. According to the health ministry in Gaza, killed at least 500 people in one of the biggest strikes there in Gaza since 2008. And so we're going to continue to follow up with that. Remember, we heard from IDF officials, that's the Israeli Defense Forces, that they were going to be providing evidence publicly very soon of video and intercepted communications that show definitively that the terror group, the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, was behind that latest rocket attack on this hospital in Gaza. But in the meantime, out to Capitol Hill, Senate Democrats taking the floor.
Everybody, a lot going on. Okay. Okay, I want to thank my colleagues, Senators Cardin, Rosen, and Kelly, for joining me. And today we wanted to talk about our trip to Israel, the resolution we hope to pass today, and most importantly, the U.S.'s unrelenting support for Israel. In Israel, we had a good, productive meeting. Prime Minister Netanyahu, National Unity Party, Benny Gantz, Defense Minister Gallant, Herzog, Lapid. There are no words for the horror we saw. We were in China. I met with the Israeli ambassador in Beijing. She told me about a kibbutz where they rounded up 100 people they herded them into the rec room from ages 80 to 3 months, and then machine gunned all of them down. It reminded me of what happened to my family when the Nazis came in Ukraine. Same thing. They asked my great-grandmother to put her whole greater family on the porch. She did. 35 people, aged 88 to 3 months, and they machine gunned all of them down. So many of us understand this, and it's seared in our memories. So it was an awful, awful day. So we went to Israel to share a message of resolute solidarity. America will stand with its ally Israel, and I, along with my colleagues here, will lead the effort in the Senate to provide Israel with the support required to fully defend itself from this monstrous attack. The purpose of our trip was threefold. A, to show that the U.S. stands with Israel. And I've gotten calls since we've come back. The Israelis have been so gratified that they were there at a time of great need, at a time when these vicious terrorists were trying to intimidate the world from supporting Israel with their vicious activities. Second, we met with the leaders in Israel to discuss in detail what Israel needs in terms of resources so that we can put together the best aid package. And third, we wanted to show that the U.S. is bipartisan. And we had 2 Democrats, 2 Republicans, and myself. The task now is threefold. 1, to eliminate the threat to Hamas, of Hamas. If Hamas is allowed to continue, the same thing will happen again. If you read the Hamas Convention and their history, they believe that there should be no Jews between the Mediterranean and the Jordan River. They would do to the rest of the Jews in Israel what they did to the Jews along the Gaza line. Second is to secure safe return of the hostages. And third is to remind Israel that she must be humanitarian, that she must obey the rule of war and must minimize civilian casualties among the Palestinians. And we did that to every leader we met. As Majority Leader, as the highest-ranking Jewish leader in American history, I felt I wanted to be there and I had to be there as an obligation. And now we're going to do everything in our power to ensure that the Senate delivers the support for Israel and the rescue package. We intend to get the package the end of this week, and it will include the military help Israel needs, the diplomatic and intelligence help Israel needs, as well as humanitarian aid to minimize the loss of innocent human life of Palestinians and of Israelis. Now, Senator Cardin.
Well, let me thank Senator Schumer. He's expressed the view I think we all feel, the shock and horror of what Hamas did, the atrocities that they committed, crimes against humanity. It's unspeakable, and every day we see more and more images that just sickens us and recognizes how vulnerable we all are. As the chair of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, let me tell you our priorities, my priorities. First, supporting Israel. We'll do everything we need to do to help Israel defend itself. Today, there's a resolution that was filed in the United States Senate. I want to thank the Majority Leader and the Minority Leader for authoring and leading on that resolution. It enjoys the co-sponsorship of 99 of our colleagues to show the bipartisan unified support for Israel. We need to take up a supplemental appropriation as soon as possible. Israel needs replenishment of the interceptors. They need precision missiles. They need munitions. We're making that available, but on an ongoing basis, we need to replenish the resources for that to happen. And then third, in regards to having Israel's back, the Senate Foreign Relations Committee will consider legislation to modernize and strengthen our relationship with Israel as it relates to armaments, and we'll be taking up that legislation shortly. Our second priority, these are our top priorities, is to deal with the hostages. There's not a moment that goes by that we don't think about our hostages and how we can help. We've been in conversations with leaders around the world. We've been in conversations on everything we can do to help free those hostages. We know some are Americans, and we will continue to do everything we can until they're safely home. Third, we are working very carefully with our partners to make sure that the conflict is not escalated by Hezbollah or Iran or any other actor. I think the President's taken pretty definitive steps, and we're doing everything that we can in our committee to make it clear that we stand behind the President and behind any effort to escalate this will have severe consequences. Next, the humanitarian needs. We recognize that there are innocent people that are trapped here. We want to do everything we can to provide the humanitarian needs for the innocent Palestinians that are caught by Hamas's actions. We recognize also that Israel must comply with the law of war, and we need safe passages for those who are trying to escape the violence. Fourth or fifth, we want to make sure that Hamas does not win in one of their objectives to eliminate the normalization efforts between Israel and its neighbors. So we are going to do everything we can, and we've already been in conversations with the Israelis and with the Saudis in regards to continuing on track the discussions that have taken place on normalization between those two countries, and you'll see some action by our committee to reinforce those efforts. There's many challenges in regards to those discussions, but we don't want Hamas to win and stop the normalization efforts. Tomorrow in the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, we'll have a hearing on Secretary Lew to be the ambassador to Israel. He's highly qualified. He's the right person for the right job. But if we want to be as most effective as possible in helping Israel to deal with the hostages, to deal with the humanitarian needs, to deal with normalization, we need a confirmed ambassador in Israel as soon as possible. So I will do everything I can, not only to have the hearing, but to move him out of committee and off the floor of the United States Senate, because we do need a confirmed ambassador in Israel, and we'll work to make sure that's a reality as soon as possible.
Okay. Next, we have Senator Rosen.
Thank you. I want to thank Leader Schumer for leading our delegation, and I also want to thank my Democrat and Republican colleagues who came on this visit to show a bipartisan, united front. Americans have seen the heart-wrenching report showing the carnage and brutality of Hamas's terrorist attack. Young people gunned down while trying to flee a music festival, children brutalized and burned to death, and Holocaust survivors ripped from their families. It may sound like a nightmare, but it's real. And I'm here to tell the world and to tell all of you, it's all too real, all too devastating. We cannot and we must not look away. As the only Jewish mother serving in the United States Senate, meeting with Israeli parents whose children have been held captive by Hamas, hearing those stories, seeing the fear and the pain in their eyes, their lives forever changed by this act of terror. That's something that will stay with me for the rest of my life. And I brought these stories back with me, along with one message. This is the time to take decisive action to help Israel. Here in the Senate, Democrats and Republicans, both sides of the aisle, must work together and work together quickly to deliver support as soon as possible. And that means providing the funding and defensive capabilities to do the following: protect the Israeli people, rescue those who are being held hostage, and hold Hamas accountable for the atrocities that they have committed. I fully believe that we can and will get this done because America's support is unwavering and unconditional. I said this in Israel, and I will repeat it now. History has shown what happens when the world abandons the Jewish people. And as long as I'm here, America will stand with Israel. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Rosen. And last but not least, Senator Kelly.
Thank you, Leader Schumer. Thank you, folks, for being here today. As Senator Schumer mentioned, 5 of us went over there. The 3 of us here, Senator Rosen, myself, Senator Schumer, but Senator Cassidy and Romney as well. We spent all day on Sunday, about 13 hours, meeting with the leadership of the Israeli government, the opposition, the war cabinet, the defense minister, President Herzog, as well, the ambassador, our diplomats in Israel. And I gotta say, folks, this was kind of unlike any day I've had in my entire career, and I spent 25 years in the Navy. It was heart-wrenching to hear over and over again from the leadership of the Israeli government just the brutality and the heinous acts that Hamas committed against the Jewish people in Israel was it was almost indescribable. And then later to meet with the family members of the American hostages and to hear their stories, tragic stories about their loved ones, and just wanted some reassurance from us that we will do everything in our power to get their family members back, and we will. To a person, all 5 of us stressed to the Israeli leadership the need to have a humanitarian response to this situation. We've already started providing security assistance. Hamas is a terrorist organization and has to be defeated. There is no doubt about that, and we stand with Israel in their goal to eliminate this brutal organization. We've already sent 100,000 metric tons of American diplomacy in the way of the USS Gerald Ford. Another aircraft carrier is going to arrive, the USS Eisenhower, shortly, and a Marine Rapid Response Force is on standby. Israel appreciates what we've done. We did talk in detail about what else we need to do, and that includes security assistance. They have not an immediate need, but soon they will have a need for precision-guided munitions, kits that go on Mark 80 series weapons like the JDAM, and also rounds for interceptor rounds for the Iron Dome system. We personally experienced the benefit of Iron Dome while we were there in Tel Aviv with a couple rocket attacks against Tel Aviv. So we're going to work closely with our other colleagues across the aisle to make sure we continue to stand with our ally Israel so they can defend themselves against Hamas. I think it's important to remind everybody that Hamas does not represent the Palestinian people. The Palestinian people are not Hamas. Hamas is a terrorist organization that needs to be eliminated. And we stand with Israel, who wants peace. Finally, let me just say one more thing. There are 12 members of CENTCOM, of the United States military, that have not been confirmed by the United States Senate because of one senator, Senator Tommy Tuberville of Alabama. We need to get these positions confirmed. If CENTCOM is not at its full strength, it hurts Israel and it helps Hamas. Thank you.
Thank you, my three colleagues. Yes.
Thank you, Leader Schumer. Just now there are reports saying an Israeli airstrike killed about 500 civilians on a Palestinian hospital in Gaza. Can I get your reaction to that? And two, House Republicans are drafting legislation in AUMF in case this escalates into a broader regional conflict with Iran. Can I get your thoughts on that and how concerned are you?
I haven't seen the first reports. As I've said, Israel has an obligation to minimize the loss of innocent civilian life and get them the materials they need, the humanitarian materials. Now, of course, you've got to make sure Hamas doesn't get hold of that. On the AUMF, I haven't seen that one either, so I'm not going to comment. It's like a chorus here.
Should Senator Menendez be allowed to attend the classified briefing on Israel tomorrow, and you still stand by your position that he should not resign? You're not calling for.
He's not going to attend the briefing tomorrow. Yes. I don't get involved in I've had private conversations. I don't get involved in what happened in them on this kind of thing. He's not attending.
How about the foreign relations?
Next. Go ahead.
Discuss the timeline for passing appropriations bills, and will the supplemental package for Israel come before that? What do you expect in terms of?
We'd like to get the supplemental package moved as quickly as possible because the needs are great in both Israel and Ukraine. And we'll have to see how the administration's supposed to send us one the end of this week. I'm working with Leader McConnell to get it done ASAP. Okay? Yes.
There is a small minority of Democrats, progressive Democrats in the House pushing for a ceasefire. They're calling the administration. Just your thoughts on that?
Yes. I think a ceasefire, if you allow Hamas to continue to exist as is, the same thing will happen again, and we have to do everything to prevent that from happening.
Senator
yes. Go ahead.
Are you having any conversations with any of the potential counterparts on the Republican side in the House about anything in the supplemental, or are you just sort of moving ahead, plowing down the
Well, the House is sort of a mess, and therefore we think the best thing to do is pass a strong, big supplemental with strong bipartisan support, and that may force the House to act. Thanks, everybody.
Just wanted to play out some of those remarks from earlier today. Of course, we're continuing our coverage here on the war in Israel between that country and also some terrorist groups, the Hamas and Hezbollah. Thanks for being with us on this Tuesday evening. My name is Karel Lahada. We're going to continue our coverage here, and I want to talk a little more about the economic impacts of this war. Of course, we know that the U.S. Helping to fund two wars right now. We start with Ukraine against Russia and now Israel against Hamas terrorists. And I want to bring into the conversation once again Dr. Stuart Gabriel. Thank you for joining us here, a professor of finance at UCLA. We had you on yesterday to break things down a bit, and now I want to carry our conversation a bit further, Dr. Gabriel. So I want to start with some of the comments that the U.S. Secretary of Treasury Janet Yellen, she made earlier this week, saying she was adamant that the U.S. has the funds to help with financial and military support for both Israel and Ukraine. Would you agree with the Secretary's statements?
Statements of Secretary Yellen. The United States is economically strong and has the capacity to aid Ukraine, Israel, Taiwan, or whatever our geopolitical priorities are at a given point in time. One should note that Israel already has an extremely well-funded and well-prepared military. The economy at the time of and the related atrocities at the Israeli border was strong, continues to be strong. As we talked about last night on the show, the Israeli economy is characterized by low levels of debt, strong fiscal management, strong monetary policy, and the like. So in that particular respect, the Israeli government and the Israeli economy is well positioned with respect to the current war. That having been said, let's talk a little bit about United States funding of Israel. The U.S. defense budget is roughly $800 to $900 billion. Israel gets about $3.5 billion of foreign aid from Israel. Even if Israel were to receive additional funding as a consequence of the war with Hamas, that funding would be limited relative to funding for other national defense priorities. So bear in mind that, as I think you just heard from Senator Schumer and as you've heard from others, support for Israel is across the aisle. It's strong with Republicans and Democrats, and certainly Israel has the means to together with the United States, fund this issue.
So, Dr. Gabriel, I do want to ask, though, there are some critics that point to other reasons as to why the U.S. should be cautious, if I could say that, when it comes to funding two different wars. People talk about things like the interest rates going up, inflation, and other economic factors. What would you say to them?
Well, we're in the process through our monetary policy activity in trying to bring down inflation in this country. We've done a pretty good job of it so far. The Fed may still have one additional interest rate raise in front of us, but even that is of doubt. The inflation is coming down into an area where I think it's going to be well managed from this point out. The primary consideration with respect to interest rates and inflation has to do with oil prices. And there was some concern this week. There was a bit of reaction in global oil markets where the price of a barrel of oil went up from about $85 a barrel to $90 a barrel. The $85 of the $95 is a function of global economic fundamentals. And in fact, the Saudis and the Russians curtailed production at the end of 2023. And that curtailment of production is part of the level of oil prices that we see. There hasn't been a lot of market reaction to date to the events going on in the Middle East. And I think that the concern, if there is one, with respect to oil prices would be, what if the conflict escalates? What if instead of a localized conflict between Israel and Hamas, it becomes a conflict that involves the Iranian-backed army in Lebanon called Hezbollah, or becomes a conflict directly with Iran? And in those particular cases, there could be some reaction in global oil markets, specifically because the U.S. potentially could put sanctions on Iran and Iranian oil exports, or Iran alternatively could disrupt global shipments of oil through the Straits of Hormuz, where the Straits of Hormuz is responsible for about 1/5 of shipments of oil out of the Persian Gulf. Yet most analysts believe that neither of those events are likely. And in fact, the U.S. didn't sanction Russian oil exports even early on in the Ukraine-Russia war. So likely we will not see much reaction in global oil markets going forward. And if that were to be the case, there would be little to no impact on U.S. inflation or U.S. interest rates going forward.
I want to kind of stay on this
I
topic.
should add to that, by the way, Karel, one other thing, that in a time of global uncertainty, there is a flight to U.S. dollar and U.S. dollar dominated investments, to U.S. treasuries and the like, and that the set of funds coming into the United States to invest in U.S. treasuries would actually have the opposite effect. It would serve to mute interest rates rather than to push those interest rates up.
I want to get back to a bit of what you just mentioned when it comes to oil and gas prices. That's a concern that I've heard from a few people asking some questions if we're going to feel that price at the bump. It's that more direct, consumer aspect. But before we get into that, I want to get some more context as to how the U.S. or any other country is able to even fund a war. Can you explain that a bit for our viewers?
Well, we fund a war through what we call defense appropriations. In other words, we fund the Pentagon, we fund the U.S. Department of Defense through our government budget. It's a line item on the government budget, and the budget is funded through tax revenue and through the sale of U.S. government securities. So on an ongoing basis, we're making allocations through the U.S. government budget to a whole set of domestic and international priorities, of which defense certainly is very formidable among those priorities. And as you know, Karel, we've funded very significantly the defense of the Ukraine against Russian aggression, and we hopefully will continue to do that. And that comes directly from appropriations to the U.S. Department of Defense.
When we talk about the fact that taxpayer dollars are used when it comes to these appropriations that go to funding and supporting these wars, is there any difference when it comes to the taxpayer dollar that we as a consumer individually pay out during times of war versus when there isn't a big war that the U.S. is funding?
It's very variable, Karel. I mean, you can look to major episodes in U.S. history where the United States has been at war. Let's take World War II as an example, the Vietnam War as another example. And in those cases, clearly the budget for defense is going to rise, and that's going to be funded one way or another. It's either funded through tax collections or it's funded, again, through sales of U.S. government securities. So yes, there are times when the defense budget is larger than others. But given the geopolitical situation of the United States today, where the United States is facing challenges from China, from Russia, challenges from Iran and in the Middle East, and all sorts of spending that's related to the extension of U.S. geopolitical interests, this is a period where we as a nation step up for the things we believe in. And if that's intended to push back against the Russians in the Ukraine, or if it's intended to contain the Chinese, or if it's intended to contain Iran and its interests in the Middle East and its backing of fundamentalist Islamic militias in the Middle East, that's what the U.S. is going to do. That's fundamental to U.S. foreign policy.
Secretary of U.S. Treasury Yellen also saying that it's too soon to speculate on the economic consequences of the Israeli-Hamas war, something that you've also been mentioning here, and adding that the impact, it would depend on whether the conflict spreads wider. Again, another point that you mentioned. But let's break down a little bit some of those potential long-term impacts. If and when, at any point, U.S. consumers will be feeling the brunt of funding this war?
It's just an extremely hard question to answer. I think we have to distinguish between two versions of this conflict. One version is the current version. In the current version, Israel is subject to a surprise attack. 1,500 of its civilians are slaughtered by an Islamic fundamentalist group, and Israel seeks to respond, hence the current war. The U.S. is very straightforward in suggesting that the U.S. does not want or would not tolerate direct Iranian activity in this war, and it, again, is preventing the spread of that war. In its current context, there will be little, if any, impact on the U.S. consumer, and I mean little, if any. If, on the other hand, Iran decides to escalate, despite very strong U.S. warnings to the contrary, if it mobilizes and puts into place and activates its proxy Islamic fundamentalist armies in Iran, or furthermore, Hamas, then we could see some U.S. involvement. And if there is U.S. involvement, there could be some cost to the taxpayer. But let us hope and pray that the war does not escalate further.
I think everyone all over the world, well, mostly, is praying that this war does not escalate, does not extend to what is already going on right now. Dr. Gabriel, those are all the questions that I had today, but I know that this is a very complex topic when we talk about economics, their impact, and this war. So is there anything that you feel you need to mention that I maybe did not touch on?
Well, I would just say the following. It seems to be an imperative across the board that we get some humanitarian aid into the Gaza Strip and for innocent civilians in Gaza. And I know that the U.S., in the form of the State Department, in the form of our Secretary of State, Anthony Blinken, and others, are working very, very hard to try to open the Egyptian border such that foreign nationals can flow out of Gaza and aid can flow in. And I just would like to perhaps examine with you momentarily the interests of the different parties in creating this humanitarian zone in southern Gaza, and suggest the following. It's complicated. And if it wasn't complicated, it would have happened already. But it's complicated because the interests of Egypt, which controls the border, Israel, which is now at war with Hamas, and Hamas all diverge. And what I mean by that is the following. Egypt is very fearful of Hamas in the sense that Egypt, for even a decade, has been trying to clean up the remnants of ISIS and Hamas cells that are operating in the sovereign territory of Egypt, and that's the Sinai Peninsula. So that there is concern on Egypt's part about opening these gates. Egypt is also in rather dire financial straits at the moment. The economy of Egypt is going quite poorly, and Egypt, I think, is interested in economic extractions from the U.S. In other words, Egypt is interested in U.S. dollars in return for opening these gates. So that's part of the Egypt story. The Hamas story, of course, is highly problematical because Israel has told Gazan civilians with whom they don't have an issue to flee south into humanitarian zones that would be created. Hamas has discouraged Gazan civilians from exiting the area of war, and even in some cases there is allegations that Hamas has prevented civilians from leaving the war zone. Regardless, Hamas has a very long history of using Gazans as human shields in the conflict. And so Hamas is not interested in every aspect of humanitarian relief to the extent that it further exposes them to Israeli attacks. Israel, on the other hand, is seeking to clear civilians out of the war zone because, again, Israel will not purposely target civilians, will seek not to target civilians, and it's very strongly in Israel's interest to alleviate the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. So those are a few bits and pieces of observation that relate to the issue of humanitarian relief. And it's all predicated, as I mentioned, on the fact that it's absolutely critical that that humanitarian relief get to the innocent Gazan population.
Dr. Stuart Gabriel, UCLA finance professor, we always appreciate your time here at Live Now from Fox. We hope to welcome you back soon. We continue to break down the complexities when it comes to this war, funding it, and if ever the U.S. consumer will feel the brunt of that. We appreciate your time.
Thank you very much.
Everyone here at Live Now from Fox, stay with us. A live look out of Jerusalem early morning. We see the sun coming up at this time. They were ways away ahead when it comes to the time zone. Here on the West Coast, just after 8:15. On the East Coast, just after 11:15. My name is Karel Lahara. Stick with us. More continuing coverage on this war when we come back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Starting off here with another live look out at Jerusalem. It's about 6:20 in the morning local time there. Here on the West Coast, 8:20 p.m. And on the East Coast, 11:20 p.m. Thank you for being with us. My name is Karel Lahara. Now, before the break, we did have a conversation with a finance professor at UCLA, Dr. Stuart Gabriel, to break down the economic impact when it comes to funding these wars. Now, there's two wars that the U.S. is working to get resources to, and that's, of course, the war in Ukraine against Russia and Israel against Hamas terrorists. I do want to get to a breakdown on the latest when it comes to Ukraine. We have been going heavy on our coverage with the Israel war, but I want to touch a little bit on the latest with Ukraine. So it's been over a year and a half since Russia invaded that country, and now Ukraine's president is saying they've got a significant boost to their military efforts. Fox News correspondent Mobilusion, he has the latest.
For the first time in its war with Russia, Ukraine is deploying U.S.-supplied long-range missiles. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky confirmed the use of the additional weaponry, long sought by Kyiv, in his nightly address Tuesday evening, saying they were used on the battlefield against Russia and, quote, executed very accurately.
Thank you to everyone who is helping us, and today I'm especially grateful to the United States.
For months, Zelensky had appealed to the U.S. government to provide the missile capability, including making a trip to Washington last month. But the Biden administration had been holding off over fears doing so may escalate the war with Russia. In a statement, National Security Council spokesperson Adrian Watson said Tuesday, quote, The United States recently provided Ukraine with a type of ATACMS capable of ranging out to 165 kilometers as part of our ongoing support for the people of Ukraine as they defend their territory against Russia's brutal invasion. We believe this will provide a significant boost to Ukraine's battlefield capabilities without risking our military readiness. In an interview with Fox discussing his new book on warfare, General David Petraeus praised the United States' overall handling of the Russia-Ukraine war.
I think that we have done an impressive job leading the response to the invasion of Ukraine, but I'd like to have seen some of the decisions made more expeditiously.
And these missiles are largely seen as an extra advantage for Ukraine, including the ability to strike Russian targets further away while keeping Ukrainian forces safely out of range. Bill Malugin, Fox News.
Thank you to Bill Malugin for that report. Now let's get back to our continuing coverage on the war in Israel. Another look out at Jerusalem early in the morning on Wednesday already there. Israel continues to bomb areas of southern Gaza where it believes Hamas terrorists are hiding. They are also massing troops at the Gaza border for an expected ground invasion. There's also fighting along Israel's border with Lebanon, where Iran-backed Hezbollah terrorists are operating. Now, Iran is also warning of what it calls a preemptive action against the Jewish state. There is so many new developments when it comes to this war. Almost 2 weeks we have been in this, and now Fox News senior correspondent Mike Tobin, he's in Israel and has this report.
High-stakes finger-pointing between Hamas and Israel after a deadly attack on a Gaza City hospital, hundreds reported dead. The health ministry run by Hamas says many were already wounded or seeking shelter as the strikes hit. The Israelis say an investigation is underway, but cast doubt on the source.
Israel does not target places like hospitals. They're not a target for us, and we wouldn't have deliberately hit a hospital.
Black smoke has become a regular sight in the Gaza skyline as Israel continues attacks targeting Hamas militants while urging civilians to flee. In central Gaza, strikes leveled an entire block of homes near a refugee camp. A top Hamas military commander was among the dead. Ayman Nofal was in charge of Hamas activities in the central Gaza Strip and is the most high-profile militant known to have been killed so far in the war. Israel has also blocked water, food, and fuel from entering Gaza since last week's attack.
At this point, the gates are closed. There is no ceasefire.
Israel says any aid deliveries are dependent on the return of hostages held by Hamas. Nearly 200 people are still captive, including 21-year-old Mia Shem.
Did you know she was alive after the attack?
No. I didn't know if she's dead or alive.
Karen Shem says she only found out her daughter was alive when Hamas released a video of her.
Do you have a message to her captors?
I demand you to bring my baby home now.
Tens of thousands of Israeli troops are preparing for an anticipated ground invasion, with many ready to fight alongside loved ones.
We decided to do it on top of everything.
Tamara and Adir had planned to get married this year. They were both called up to serve their country and decided to follow through with their wedding plans. With a ceremony in their green uniforms, surrounded by members of their unit.
Love is the strongest feeling in the world, and no one can destroy love.
State Department continues to offer charter flights to U.S. citizens all the way to Europe through at least Sunday. So far, more than 1,000 U.S. citizens and their families have evacuated. In Sderot, Israel, Mike Tobin, Fox News.
Meanwhile, the White House making that change to President Biden's Middle Eastern trip on Wednesday. That is today local time when you're looking at here at Jerusalem. Now, we have been previewing this visit. It was a very big deal, but Biden will no longer visit Jordan as part of this week's trip. This comes after the country canceled a leaders' summit on humanitarian aid for Palestinians. The president had been scheduled to meet with the King of Jordan, the Egyptian president, and the Palestinian Authority president. I want to bring into the conversation now to speak more about this Dr. Benjamin Rad, lecturer on global studies, also a friend of the program. We've had you on here a couple of times breaking down the latest events. So, Benjamin, I want to start with the basics. What outcomes can we even hope for now that the president is not meeting with all of these Middle Eastern leaders during this trip?
Thank you for having me back. I think the best outcome right now is the president's arrival and the deliberative nature of U.S.-Israeli negotiations about how to handle the next phase is going to force the Israelis to slow down. I've heard even recently in the last 15, 20 minutes reports that Israel has apparently or allegedly postponed any planned ground invasion. All of this is to allow a way to minimize casualties to civilians in Gaza, because we can see what happens even when there is a possible false impression of Israeli attacks and that impact the civilian population. So I think the key now is the one benefit to take away from this is that it forces a more deliberative process that will minimize the impact to civilians and those who are in need of humanitarian relief.
Dr. Rad, I want you to break down for our viewers a bit on why the president of Egypt, the king of Jordan, why they decided not to meet with Biden at the last minute.
So they are very much at the whim of their people, their voters, their constituents, not in the case of Jordan because there's no elections, but Jordan has a population that's almost 2/3, if not more, Palestinian or ethnic Palestinians, originally Palestinians who were granted refugee status in Jordan in the late 60s and early 70s. And so given that most of Jordan's population is Palestinian and the Palestinians abroad in exile or those who are now in other Arab countries have been inflamed by the recent events of the last few hours, you can understand why the Jordanian king wouldn't want to risk any public furor and anger. Now, on the Egyptian side, you have the same thing. You have a president who is somewhat democratically elected, but still is weary of getting the public agitated and infuriated. So from his perspective, very little is to be gained by meeting with the American president, nothing that would benefit in the short term and only cause long-term headaches if it inflames the public more.
Dr. Rad, you've studied international politics and politics in the Middle East for a long time. That's why we've brought you on here as an expert on this topic. Can you ever remember a president's trip being cut short as he boarded Air Force One?
No, there's no memory. I mean, we've had incidents of secretaries of state engaged in shuttle diplomacy going way back to Henry Kissinger, where in the midst of war or conflict, where plans have been changed and rerouted. But something like this is unprecedented, and it makes you wonder the timing of everything that happened with the hospital. If in fact it was a Palestinian Islamic Jihad rocket that was misfired or maybe intentional.
But it's interesting that the decision or the act
has now resulted in a complete change of diplomatic protocol and procedure. So it's something to think about.
You know, something else that our viewers might be wondering is why this meeting was going to be held in Jordan in the first place. I mean, the conflict is not there.
No, but Jordan, again, with its large Palestinian population and the fact that the Jordanian king speaks for many Palestinians who are amongst his people, his citizens there, he has leverage. He has the ability to influence Palestinian Authority leaders in the West Bank more so than he does in Gaza. And of course, Egypt does have sway in negotiations with Hamas in Gaza. So the idea was to leverage the U.S. relationship with these two states that have formal peace treaties with Israel.
Can you briefly speak to the history of the United States and their relationship with King Abdullah and Jordan?
The United States and King Abdullah, and the United States and the king, the Jordanian Hashemite monarchy, have had great relations really going back to the 70s, and they've enjoyed U.S. aid. They've enjoyed essentially the fruitful benefits of a relationship with the U.S. And by and large, Jordan has been free from much of the trauma and drama that has plagued the Arab world in the last 20 years or so. The Arab Spring impacted them relatively minimal compared to other Arab states. And always it's been a fruitful dialogue between the two leaders, the U.S. and the Jordanian monarchy, going back to the king's father, the predecessor.
Well, Biden also supposed to meet with leaders from Egypt, and the Palestinian Authority. Let's talk a little bit more about the U.S.'s relationship with those two nations.
With Egypt, it is, again, Egypt as a result of the Camp David Accords of 1979, where the U.S. brokered a peace treaty between Israel and Egypt, the first between Israel and an Arab state. A huge part of that treaty, of the agreement, rested upon the United States providing Egypt and Israel with military and financial aid. so long as that treaty remained. And as a result, the U.S. has enjoyed good relations with Egypt going back to 1979, beginning with President Anwar Sadat. Sisi is a democratically elected leader. He is secular, as is the Jordanian king. So again, this is where their interests don't necessarily align with Islamist Hamas and, let's say, Iran, for example. And peace and stability benefits them more than the protests and the disorder that they would otherwise see.
Finally, Dr. Rad, you are someone that can also speak on Iran, their influence in this war, and their politics when it comes to the Middle East. Now, there are reports that Iran saying the president's visit is provocative. So can we expect a response from Iran? How do you think that they're going to react now the president's visit is still underway?
I think we've already seen a response from Iran. In the last few hours, there have been massive street protests taking place. We've seen rocket fire escalate from the northern border, from Lebanon into the Sheba farms and into Israel proper. And we've also seen rocket fire coming from Syria into Israel. None of this could happen without Iran's blessing, let alone Iran supplying the weapons and the training needed to fire these weapons, whether it's through Hezbollah or through Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps forces who are assisting them. So I think we are seeing Iran now begin to make moves to see how it can capitalize on the chaos since the rocket attack on the hospital.
One follow-up question before I let you go, because we have been speaking to the fact that Egyptian leaders canceling their meeting, Palestinian leaders canceling their meeting with the president, Jordanian leaders as well. So the fact that Iran also responding negatively to this visit, was this even a good idea? Some people, of course, would argue that the president should have a presence in the Middle East during this war. But do you think that it may backfire?
If the president, upon arriving, signals his commitment, the American commitment, to providing for the civilian population of Gaza, to making sure that whatever war now results in the next few days and weeks is done with utmost care for civilians, that abides by the rules of law by both sides, if the president can get that, signal that, and get Israel to commit, which I believe it already has, then it will be seen as fruitful. But if it does not get a commitment from the Israeli side, then I think it might be counterproductive and put the U.S. in a more difficult position with its Arab partners.
Dr. Benjamin Rad, a lecturer on global studies, we appreciate your time here at Live Now from Fox. We look forward to speaking with you soon as we continue to cover this war in Israel.
Thank you.
Everyone else here, stick with us. We will be back after this 2-minute break. A live look right now outside of Jerusalem. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Thanks for being with us on this Tuesday evening. My name is Karel Lahada. We have continuing coverage on the war in Israel, but I do want to get to some remarks from the Palestinian side. Representative at the UN for the state of Palestine at the UN headquarters earlier today in New York City, as they continue to provide updates on where they stand when it comes to this war, and a very impassioned speech that we have been hearing from the representative there. Let's listen in to these remarks next.
They hit it because they thought it was a base for Hamas, and then he deleted it after the cooking of the story of Hezbollah rocket. All this really point out to the guilt. Why do you delete a tweet confessing to the bombing of the hospital if Jihad al-Islami did that? So we'd like to have your comments on the cancellation of the four-side summit in Amman.
And the fabrication story, you're correct. I have nothing to add to it. On the cancellation of the summit, first of all, President Abbas said that he cannot attend, and he went back to Ramallah, and I expect him that he is speaking to giving a national speech as we speak now. It might be in your in your outfit, in your Al Arabiya and Al Jazeera and all of them. He is talking to the Palestinian people and to everyone as we speak, I believe, and he asked for a meeting for the Palestinian leadership. So that's what he did. I understand that our Egyptian brothers canceled the hotels of their today after this massacre. Therefore, they canceled the participation, but I think my brother will speak to that. Yes. And then, of course, our Jordanian brothers said that we cannot have a summit with these conditions. We don't know what other President Biden is still going there or not, but he canceled President Biden too? Okay, so that, because the only thing that would make sense if he made ceasefire immediately, and I'm coming to force the implementation of ceasefire. I don't know what he said, but the summit has been canceled, but my brothers from Jordan and Egypt can say, yes.
In a minute, please, just, that horrible crime and attack against the hospital in Gaza earlier today is a stark reminder of everyone that what we have been warning against to happen. We have been telling everyone that we're fearful that violations of international humanitarian law is going to happen. We have seen that before, and we have warned everyone to uphold their responsibilities. We have asked the Security Council to uphold its responsibilities. The permanent members have a specific, especially those who have special ties here or there. There should be no conditional support ever. We're asking everyone for having a ceasefire immediately and so on. And speaking now to the issue of the summit, Cairo is hosting the summit as scheduled. We're speaking about the Cairo summit next Saturday, where parties in the region, permanent P5 are invited and are gathered. The Secretary General has confirmed his participation with the view to seek to address the humanitarian aspect of the outgoing war and how to put it to a ceasefire, and as well a very serious attempt to have a political horizon to address the fundamentals of the whole issue. This is what I wanted to say, and of course I add my voice to Ambassador Riyad Mansour in the issue of the accountability. There is no party above international law. No party ever would be, as much as the Arab ministers did condemn attacks on civilians, the same applies. Whoever has perpetrated that horrible crime of today should be held accountable, and we'll work to that end, and we're hopeful that the Council will be up to the responsibility.
summit in Egypt, can there be continuous humanitarian assistance to the Palestinians in Gaza without a full and permanent and durable ceasefire?
We're engaging on extensive talks, trying to reach a modality whereby humanitarian access and humanitarian corridors will be secured with having sufficient space, of course, for humanitarian ceasefire. No humanitarian access would happen, but that is linked to some other issue that has to do with the hostages and so on, and those aspects that has to do with foreigners in Gaza. But we're working around the clock, and Egypt is taking that responsibility very seriously, and we're hopeful. We continue to hope that this will happen soon. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues, for coming. As a chair of the Arab group for this month, I would like to reflect the common Arab position that we are condemning this massacre that took place against innocent civilians. The figures now are talking about 800 to 900 civilians sick and wounded. The medical facility, the medical personnel, all perished in this heinous attack perpetrated by Israel. We call on the Security Council to assume its responsibility and call for a ceasefire, unconditional ceasefire. We also would like to see those who have committed such a crime under international law, such a heinous crime, to be brought to justice. For decades and decades, Israel has, and its the perpetrators of in the Israeli military and political leadership who committed these actions were enjoyed impunity. Not a single one faced justice. This has to change, and this is our common position as an Arab group. We think it is very important that we concentrate, the Security Council concentrate on ceasefire and to allow humanitarian medical access into Gaza, and also at the same time stop any mass transfer of the population, which is one of the intent of those who perpetrated it, is to induce this mass movement. You heard, all of you have heard the Israeli officials in the past few days and past week who called on people to move to the south, and that the facilities, the medical facilities, have to be evacuated. This is a message, and it's not the first time that Israel resorts to this kind of message to induce the mass displacement of population. It happened again and again and again, and it will continue to happen if the international community does not stop it.
سمعنا الآن مطالب عن أهمية المحاسبة. ما إمكانية أن يكون هناك تحرك عربي موحد كما نراه الآن فيما يتعلق بإدانة مجزرة المستشفى وفيما يتعلق بالمطالبة بوقف إطلاق النار؟ هناك موقف عربي موحد. إمكانية أن يكون هناك أيضا تحرك عربي موحد من أجل المحاسبة وعبر آليات الأمم المتحدة ذاتها.
حول موضوع المحاسبة، يعني نحن كدولة فلسطين وكذلك في دول عربية أخرى أعضاء في الICC، نحن تمكنا بعد جهد جهيد أن تبدأ التحقيقات في الجرائم المرتكبة ضد الشعب الفلسطيني من قبل سلطة الاحتلال، بما فيها جريمة الحرب المستمرة الاستيطان، وكذلك الجريمة التي وقعت عام 2014 فيما قامت به سلطة الاحتلال الإسرائيلي من عدوان ودمار وتنكيل بأهلنا في قطاع غزة. المشهد يتكرر بجريمة أكبر وبمذابح أوسع كما تجلى اليوم في جريمة ومذبحة المستشفى. لذلك يعني الآن المطلوب منا جماعيا أن نضغط.
Just wanted to get in some of those comments earlier today from the UN headquarters. We have to step away now for our third break of the hour. When we come back, we continue our coverage on this war in Israel and also speak on some of the other top headlines of the day. And of course, we're talking about the House Speaker. Still no one in that position after Congress members voted today for the first time. A full breakdown. We're live now from Fox Returns. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Karel Lahara. We want to get to a breakdown of the latest when it comes to the war in Israel and also out of Capitol Hill as we still wait for a new House Speaker to be elected. Let's go down to our Fox 5 New York team and take a look at their coverage.
Here's the latest at this hour. Hamas is blaming an Israeli airstrike for the deadly hospital attack, while the Israeli military claims that it was caused by a misfired rocket from a Palestinian militant group known as Islamic Jihad. This is a summit planned for Wednesday in Jordan with President Biden and Arab leaders has been called off. And tonight, both the president and New York Governor Hochul are on their way to Israel.
All right, Linda Schmidt joins us live tonight with the latest. Linda.
Yeah, hi there, Steve and Natasha. Well, first of all, the president's visit to Israel is to help prevent the war from igniting an even broader conflict. This, as Israel is preparing for the next stages of war. The hospital in Gaza was reportedly packed with wounded patients and other Palestinians seeking shelter. The health ministry, which is run by Hamas, is alleging hundreds of people were killed, saying an Israeli airstrike is to blame. But the Israeli military says the hospital was hit by a rocket that was misfired by Palestinian militants.
Israel does not target places like hospitals. They're not a target for us, and we wouldn't have deliberately hit a hospital.
President Biden, en route to Israel, tweeted that he has directed my national security team to continue gathering information about what exactly happened. The United States stands unequivocally for the protection of civilian life during conflict. Within hours of the hospital blast, Jordan called off a four-way summit that was scheduled for Wednesday in Jordan with President Biden, Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas, and other Arab leaders. The meeting focusing in part on securing the return of more than 200 hostages, including Americans, that are being held by Hamas after Hamas massacred more than 1,400 Israelis in a surprise terror attack last week. Israel, in the meantime, is preparing for a large-scale ground assault in Gaza and is continuing to bomb areas where it believes Hamas terrorists are hiding out. The humanitarian crisis remains bleak, with basic supplies like food and medicine running out. There is also growing international pressure on Israel to allow humanitarian aid into Gaza for civilians. The United Nations World Food Program has food and other necessities at the border of Gaza and Egypt, waiting for the okay.
We need access into Gaza, and we need to be able to reach the people inside, wherever they are.
And so far, more than 1 million Palestinians have fled their homes, and that is about half of Gaza's population. Steve, back over to you.
Very well. All right. Thanks, Linda. Governor Hochul visiting Israel for what she calls a solidarity mission. The governor expected to meet with Jewish leaders from New York and with families impacted by the Hamas terror attacks. Hochul said she's going to show some love from New York, which has the largest Jewish population in the world of anywhere outside of Israel. She's expected to return October 20th.
And protesters crowded outside the town hall in Teaneck, New Jersey tonight, where the city council is considering a resolution denouncing Hamas for the attack on Israel. Both pro-Israel and pro-Palestinian supporters gathered to make their voices heard. The meeting is still underway as members of the public come forward to comment on the resolution. Many were in favor of it, while others pointed to today's hospital bombing in Gaza and asked for an acknowledgement for the suffering of Palestinians who were hurt and killed. In Washington Square Park today, a face-off between two opposing rallies, one pro-Palestinian, the other pro-Israel. They started off as two separate rallies at opposite ends of the park, but then they converged by the fountain. The pro-Palestinian rally was much larger than the pro-Israel demonstration. Police managed to get in between the groups to help keep things peaceful. No reports of any arrests.
Prayers for the Holy Land offered in Manhattan today on the steps of the Cathedral of St. John the Divine. The vigil was in response to a request from the Diocese of Jerusalem, which asked Anglican churches to observe a day of fasting and prayer for peace, reconciliation, and an end to war. And for instant updates on the war in the Mideast, download our free Fox 5 NY News app.
Thank you to our team down at Fox 5 in New York for that coverage and a breakdown on what's happening in Israel and also some of the rallies that we continue to see here in the U.S., some pro-Israel, some pro-Palestinian, very impassioned groups of people wanting their voice to be heard in this conflict. A live look right now outside of Israel, very early in the morning in that area, about a 6:54 local time here. On the West Coast, 8:54, and on the East Coast, 11:54. We're going to step away for our final break of the hour. Before the top of the next hour, don't go anywhere. Live Now from Fox returns right after this. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We're taking a live look out at the Capitol building in Washington, D.C. And I want to get to the latest on Capitol Hill news. The House failed to pick a speaker on the first attempt today, and Republican decisions are to blame, apparently. Lawmakers will have to take a break on voting until tomorrow to get their ducks in a row and try again, but it could still take a while to get there. Fox News correspondent Caroline Shively, she has this story from Washington.
The speaker has not been elected.
20 Republican holdouts stood in the way of what could be House Speaker Jim Jordan.
We're going to keep working, and we're going to get to the votes.
On Tuesday, Mr. Jordan failed his first test when the vote went to the House floor, despite a right-wing push to boost him.
I think some of the pressure campaigns have backfired. They have not worked.
Republican disunity all too familiar after Kevin McCarthy was booted from the position 2 weeks ago by party hardliners. Ever since, a coalition of Republicans angry at that situation have refused to give Jordan a promotion. Some are even scared of his hard-right policies and his take on the Capitol riot.
There's no way we win the majority if the message we send to the American people is that we believe that the election was stolen, and we believe that January 6th was okay.
And now the House is in a holding pattern with rounds of votes that could be in store. Without a leader, the lower chamber hasn't been able to fully operate for days and counting amid a Middle East war and a looming government shutdown.
We got to wake up and stop this nonsense. There's real serious work to be done.
While both sides want to restore the order, Democrats say Jordan is too extreme to lead. The Speaker of the House is second in line to the presidency, only behind the Vice President.
I'm glad he lost.
His election would cement MAGA control over the Republican Party in America.
The next Speaker vote is expected to happen Wednesday. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
Thank you, Caroline, for that breakdown. I'd like to bring into the conversation now Dr. Chris Tausanovich, a political science professor. Now, it's been over 100 years since the House was without a speaker. What is going on here? Why has it taken so long? And you would think there was some forethought if we're going to try to oust McCarthy, who would be next in line?
Well, the math of choosing a House Speaker is very, very unforgiving. You need a majority of the whole chamber to choose a speaker. Republicans have 221 seats, and they need 217 seats votes in order to elect a speaker. And so they can only afford to lose 5 Republicans. And so what's taking so long about selecting a speaker is the fact that any 5 Republicans voting against will essentially stop the Republicans from choosing someone unless they're willing to work with Democrats, which Republicans seem to see as a politically toxic option.
I just don't even know where to continue with this, because we can't be without a House Speaker. I mean, there's so many things that can't get done unless there is that leadership in the House to get this stuff through the floor. I want to bring this back to the war that's happening right now in Israel. How is the lack of having a House Speaker affecting that? What kind of aid packages are being prevented from getting to Israel at this moment?
So you're right. Without an actual elected speaker, Congress cannot do very much. The House essentially cannot consider passing any new laws. And so if Congress wants to address a situation like what's going on in the Middle East right now, if they want to pass supplementary funding or get involved in any way that's not strictly just involving the military, then that's not something that they can do without a speaker. Of course, that's part of the problem here, is that Republicans within themselves disagree about a number of policies, things like support for Ukraine, things like passing a budget and avoiding a government shutdown with or without large spending cuts. And so in disagreeing about those things, they're holding hostage everything that they agree about and would like to do. And in particular, spending some form of support for Israel is something that most Republicans right now would like to do.
It sounds wild, but I guess not unbelievable that such a large group of people with sometimes polarizing views on the way things work are having a hard time to pick a leader. I want to get down and talk about some of the 2 front runners when it comes to this position. So the Congressman Jim Jordan of Ohio, he lost out today in the first round of votes. And then we also know that the Democratic House Minority Leader, Hakeem Jeffries, also nominated to take this role there. Can you break down maybe some of their strengths, their weaknesses between the 2?
Well, between Jordan and Jeffries, the major difficulty that Jeffries is going to have is that he's a Democrat, and it would be politically incredibly damaging for any Republican to support him. They have a narrow majority. And so the real question that people are asking is there any middle way that wouldn't be choosing Jordan or choosing Jeffries? Even for a lot of moderate Republicans that care about things like defense spending, war in Ukraine, keeping the government open, Jim Jordan is seen as a very undesirable option. And it only takes 5 Republicans to block him. So the idea has been floated by many of the Republicans working across the aisle, trying to get a few Democratic votes so that the hard right Republicans don't kind of hold the entire party hostage. But that is seen as a hugely politically risky move to be seen as working with the Democrats. And so that's the really difficult choice that Republicans are facing. Do we choose this candidate who many in the party think is too hard right, or do we try to find a new candidate? Do we try to work with the Democrats? All of that seemed incredibly unlikely before this episode, but in this case, Jim Jordan still has 20 votes against him. He needs to convince at least 17 of those to support him if he's going to win the speakership, and that's a pretty hard climb.
It's interesting that you mentioned that it's difficult for Republicans to choose Hakeem Jeffries. He actually got more votes in this first round than Jim Jordan did, which is surprising because, as you mentioned, it would be, not really where we would think that House Congress members would go when coming and electing this new speaker. If we threw both of them out of the water, out of this race, who do you think would also be a good candidate? Someone that maybe we haven't talked about too much.
Well, within the House Republican caucus, there was a vote to choose a candidate, and Jim Jordan actually came in second in that vote. First was Steve Scalise, who is the majority leader. He was second ranking to Kevin McCarthy. But I guess it became clear to Steve Scalise that he wasn't going to have the votes on the floor, and so he dropped out. And that made Jim Jordan the presumptive nominee. And so Scalise could be brought back in. They could try to further empower the current pro tem, Patrick McHenry, who's sort of temporarily overseeing the House. And then there's a whole lot of other names that people have raised. The main difficulty for Republicans is that there's sort of no kind of focal person. If you don't support Jordan, then it's not clear where you should go. People have even brought up the idea of bringing back McCarthy. They've brought up the idea of making some concessions to Democrats about what could be brought to the floor. But really, there's no path forward at this point. Certainly, Jordan is going to keep trying to convince those 17 votes that he needs. But what makes this truly difficult to predict is just the fact that it only takes 5 Republicans right now to stop somebody from getting a majority. And certainly nobody's going to get a majority without Republican votes because Democrats don't have a majority. So Hakeem Jeffries, of course, coming very close. In the seemingly unlikely event that Republicans and Democrats were to come together and choose somebody, it certainly wouldn't be him because he's seen as standing for the Democratic Party. Most likely it would be a moderate Republican. That seems incredibly unlikely, but at this point, there's no particular path forward that just seems really, really likely. So it's really hard to say what's going to happen.
So we were just talking about the fact that this scenario, no House Speaker, hasn't happened in like a century when we think about modern U.S. history. So there's really nothing that we can even kind of theorize with, look back on and say, well, this could be a possible outcome. And today, already in the first round, Jim Jordan losing out. You're saying Hakeem Jeffries, not really likely that he'll get this. We're going back tomorrow to vote again. I think I know the answer to this, but what do you think will be the outcome?
Well, what you said is right, very unprecedented. This is a weird combination of an extremely polarized situation. Parties are not willing to work with each other. And also the fact that Republicans just won a very, very slim majority. It is hard for me to see Jim Jordan wrapping it up on the very next vote. At a certain point, Republicans might decide that somebody is better than nobody. It's really a game of chicken between people who prefer somebody different and people who are okay with Jim Jordan. So it is, of course, possible that Jim Jordan could win, but it is a very difficult effort to get every one of those folks to vote for him. He's been very reluctant to make firm promises to sort of win over the last remaining votes, and that might be what he has to do in order to do it. If he can't do it, I think Republicans will try to go to somebody else. Steve Scalise would be a good guess of who it could be since he already put his name in the ring earlier, but I definitely wouldn't rule out it being somebody else entirely.
Okay. So House Speaker McCarthy, well, former House Speaker, he went 15 rounds of voting before he was elected Speaker. So I think I'd like to leave our conversation with, what do you think it's going to take to elect the next one? Over or under 15 rounds?
Well, difficult, very difficult to predict. I would not be surprised if it was over.
All right, then. I guess we're going to leave it at that because, as you said, it's tough to even know where this is going, how long it's going to last. But, wow, by your prediction, it's going to be a while here. So I guess we'll just have to see. Dr. Chris Telsanovich, political science professor, we appreciate you coming here at Live Now from Fox. And we'll be speaking with you again because this battle does not seem likely like it's going to end anytime soon.
Thanks so much for having me.
Everyone here at Live Now from Fox, stick with us. We have much more coverage. And of course, now that we've tackled some of the other top stories, we are going to continue our coverage with Israel and the Hamas war. A couple of live looks. This first one from Jerusalem very early in the morning, just after 7 in the morning local time. We also have other live looks across Israel here. This one showing another vantage point in a city that it looks like there's quite some destruction as we're seeing the buildings out there in the distance. And then finally, this last final look that we also have, again, just after 7 in the morning local time. Stick with us here at Live Now from Fox. More top headlines when we come back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Karel Lahada. We are back on continuing coverage on this war in Israel. And across the U.S., we have been checking in with our different partners in different cities. And we can just see the far-ranging impact that this war has been having. So many people affected by this. Of course, we've shown you rallies as they've been going on. And we've spoken to family members that have loved ones in Israel that have been either killed or kidnapped. Also, those on the Palestinian side that have suffered the same. I want to check in now with our partners at Fox 32 in Chicago. They are also bringing us the latest and the local impacts that this war is having. Let's listen to this next.
Than just a murder. Murder of a 6-year-old boy is horrible, but to add the hate crime element to it makes it even more so.
A shared pain tonight in a community raw from the killing of a young boy. Thanks for joining us. I'm Scott Schneider.
And I'm Dawn Hasbrook. People of all faiths are gathering in Plainfield. Our Gabby Primus is there.
Yeah, Dawn, Scott, this is an event to stand up against hate. The prayer vigil is just getting started here at the Prairie Activity and Rec Center. You can see that the gym is full. It's for the 6-year-old boy who was recently laid to rest and his mother, who is still recovering in the hospital after being stabbed multiple times. Again, you can see this gym is full of people who showed up to grieve the deaths. The crowd has been emotional as they stand together. President Joe Biden's highest-ranking Muslim official is set to speak to the crowd. Area faith leaders from different religions will also make their voices heard. They're calling for a stop to the violence. We spoke to the Plainfield mayor, who says the village is distraught.
We were shocked to have something like this in Plainfield. We don't have anything like it. It's never happened like this. You hear about Highland Park a few years ago, the tragedy up there. So it's just, you never know when this kind of a thing can strike. And, you know, your first reaction is always shock.
People in the crowd also came from outside communities. Melina Echeverria traveled to show love to the Muslim community.
Children are important regardless of their ethnicity or their religion, and as a Muslim woman, this was a Muslim child, and the Muslim children are suffering without anyone speaking up for them.
The mayor also adds that the village is working with the area mosque. He says some Muslim community members have expressed safety concerns. Officials plan to talk to those residents to see what the village can do to help them feel safe. Also, I have to mention that a local restaurant also just announced that they will hold a fundraiser next week on Wednesday. That's Big Sammy's. They hope that'll help the family. Live in Plainfield, Gabriela Primus, Fox 32, Chicago.
Israel continues to bomb areas of southern Gaza where it believes Hamas terrorists are hiding. Tonight, a tragedy of war, a hospital hit by a rocket. But there are questions about who fired it. Senior correspondent Mike Tobin is on the ground in Israel with the latest.
High-stakes finger-pointing between Hamas and Israel after a deadly attack on a Gaza City hospital, hundreds reported dead. The health ministry run by Hamas says many were already wounded or seeking shelter as the strikes hit. The Israelis say an investigation is underway, but cast doubt on the source.
Israel does not target places like hospitals. They're not a target for us, and we wouldn't have deliberately hit a hospital.
Black smoke has become a regular sight in the Gaza skyline as Israel continues attacks targeting Hamas militants while urging civilians to flee. In central Gaza, strikes leveled an entire block of homes near a refugee camp. A top Hamas military commander was among the dead. Ayman Nofal was in charge of Hamas activities in the central Gaza Strip and is the most high-profile militant known to have been killed so far in the war. Israel has also blocked water, food, and fuel from entering Gaza since last week's attack.
At this point, the gates are closed. There is no ceasefire.
Israel says any aid deliveries are dependent on the return of hostages held by Hamas. Tens of thousands of Israeli troops are preparing for an anticipated ground invasion, with many ready to fight alongside loved ones.
We decided to do it on top of everything.
Tamara and Adir had planned to get married this year. They were both called up to serve their country and decided to follow through with their wedding plans. With a ceremony in their green uniforms, surrounded by members of their unit.
Love is the strongest feeling in the world, and no one can destroy love.
State Department continues to offer charter flights to U.S. citizens all the way to Europe through at least Sunday. So far, more than 1,000 U.S. citizens and their families have evacuated. In Sderot, Israel, Mike Tobin, Fox News.
And I'm Natalie Baumke. One of Chicago's most prominent church leaders stood shoulder to shoulder tonight with a local rabbi calling for peace in the Middle East. Greater St. John Bible Church pastor Ira Acri attended a prayer service tonight at Oak Park Temple alongside Rabbi Max Weiss. Ahead of the service, Pastor Acri sent a message imploring the moral leaders of both sides of the conflict to stop the violence and spare civilian lives. The Reverend saying he was devastated today to see the bombing of a Gaza City hospital that took the lives of 500 people.
Here we are. What do we do? We do exactly what we are doing now. We come together.
Reverend Acri visited Israel in 2017 with Rabbi Weiss, and after that trip, he told a reporter with the local Austin Weekly News that it made him more sensitive to the Palestinian perspective, and it reminded him of the generations-long struggle of African Americans in the United States.
Because of John God, and we take a lot of time for coming to the United States, crossing seven countries.
Of course, our partners down there at Fox 32 are going to cover some of their other stories that are impacting their region, most notably the migrant crisis. It's something that we haven't touched on in a while because we have been heavy in our coverage in Israel, but still, going on across the country, the struggle at the border. I want to take a live look right now outside of Minneapolis. See there, kind of windy as you see the camera shaking a bit. And that's where I want to take you to our next story. We're still covering the war in Israel, but now we're going to turn to a bit of a different angle. The Israeli national basketball team is stateside right now, playing against NBA teams before the season starts. Now, tonight, the team was in Minneapolis to play the Timberwolves. For more on how the team is doing and with all the death and destruction back home, I spoke earlier today with Fox 9 reporter Mary McGuire. Listen to this conversation next. Mary, what did the players say about the war that's ongoing in Israel?
Well, these preseason games, they're really supposed to be fun and exciting, really for the fans. But of course, the weight that these Israeli players are playing under right now in the background of war, that's anything but fun. At first glance, warm-ups for Tuesday night's preseason game at Target Center looked pretty routine. But take a closer look at the members of Maccabi Renana, and you'll see there is nothing normal about the circumstances they're playing under.
Hamas killed a lot of people in Israel, and Israel is a really small country, so everybody knows someone.
The professional Israeli basketball team touched down in the U.S. on October 4th for a series of exhibition games. 3 days later, all hell broke loose back home.
Desperation and sadness, those are the feelings that all the people in Israel feel right now. For us as a team, as a club, it's hard to be here. Our heart and our minds is in Israel.
For head coach Yehu Orland, he's felt the devastation personally. His childhood best friend was killed early on the morning of October 8th.
He got shot and he got killed. He left behind a wife and 4 kids. He was my friend since he born.
Both sides of the court are feeling the impact of this war.
I think that's the hard part as a human, to know what's coming. The idea of war is to unfortunately break things, kill people, but the idea of humanity should be to stop it at all costs.
Orland says despite what is happening in the Middle East, his team was committed to playing their planned games and hopefully serving as an inspiration for those back home.
They need hope. And for us playing over here, maybe, it's a one step forward to hope.
Now, you could also see a show of support in the stands tonight. Many people were holding up the Israeli flag. This is the last exhibition game for the Israeli team. Tonight, they will get back on a plane and head back home. Back to you.
Definitely must be difficult to be here, trying to play that game that you're supposed to enjoy, that you love, and yet so many hearts are back home during this tragic time. Fox 9 here in Hawaii, we appreciate your time. Again, that was a conversation that I had earlier today with a Fox 9 reporter. So many different angles to touch on when it comes to this war in Israel. We're going to step away for another quick break. Don't go anywhere. We have many more top headlines to get to. Right now, a live look outside of New York City on this Tuesday evening. And we're going to touch on another one of those top stories. Former President Donald Trump back in a New York City courtroom for that civil fraud trial. All the latest when Live Now from Fox returns. Welcome back. We're taking another live look outside of Jerusalem, Israel at this time, very early in the morning over there, about 7:30. On the West Coast, we are approaching 9:30 p.m. and on the East Coast, just after midnight. My name is Karel Lahara. I am your host this evening. Going to continue to guide you through the day's top stories and give you some live looks from around the world. Speaking of, let's look at New York City on this evening. That's where I want to go for our next story. Former President Trump back in a courtroom today. Fox News correspondent Nate Foy, he's in New York and has the latest on Trump's civil trial.
Former President Trump returned to the courtroom Tuesday on day 11 of his $250 million civil fraud trial. The case, brought by New York Attorney General Letitia James, alleges Trump overvalued his real estate assets to deceive banks and receive favorable loans. But Trump maintains he's being politically persecuted.
This is a witch hunt by a radical lunatic attorney general that shouldn't be allowed to be an attorney general. He's horrible.
Trump planned to watch the testimony of his former lawyer, Michael Cohen. Cohen's testimony is now delayed at least a week because of health problems.
It's a very unfair situation that they put me in.
Trump's attendance comes one day after a federal judge imposed a partial gag order on him in his election interference case brought by special counsel Jack Smith.
He's been indicted in 4 different places on 91 felony counts. So the country, our system of justice, has reacted properly to a former president who is a criminal. That process is actually working. I don't think people need to despair.
Here in New York, this is a civil trial, so jail time is off the table. But the Attorney General's office is seeking a $250 million fine, as well as severe restrictions on Trump and his family members from doing business in New York State. Reporting in New York, Nate Foy, Fox News.
And we're going to stay with this story. I want to get to some of the former president's remarks after he appeared in the courtroom today, resuming that civil fraud trial in New York City. Let's listen into some of this. But first, another live look out of New York while we work to get those remarks.
Testified that, first of all, the loans were paid off. There was no default. There was no problem. There's no victim except me. I'm the victim here. There's no victim. There's no victim whatsoever. This is just a witch hunt by an attorney general that ran for governor and failed. He used me because she ran for governor and she failed. There were no defaults. Every loan was perfect. They were all paid off. If they ever did this to anybody else, any other business person, what they would find would be ridiculous. You know what they find with us? Nothing. There's nothing. The loans were perfect. The loans were paid off. All interest was paid. There was no defaults. I never even received a default letter. And I got plaques and trophies from the institutions in many cases for having done such a good job, which we're going to be presenting at trial. This is just a railroad job. It's a witch hunt with no jury, and it's a runaway freight train, and it's a disgrace. And any business that moved into New York should not do it. You should stay the hell out of here, because I'll tell you what, this is a corrupt system that we're in.
Why do you think your family is being persecuted? What do you think about Cohen not being
I'll tell you what, Cohen didn't have the guts, but I'll tell you why my family's being persecuted.
Yes,
because I'm leading in the polls against Biden by a lot. You saw Washington Post the other day came out, ABC fake news, maybe it is fake, I don't know. But we were leading by 10 or 11 points. Yesterday another one came out, we're leading Biden by 6 points. And that's why, and we're leading the Republicans, we're leading the sanctimonious by 60 points, 60 points more. And that's why this is happening. If this weren't happening, if I weren't running for president and doing so well, winning, it wouldn't be happening. You know what happened in 2016, and you know what happened in 2020. We did much better in 2020 than we did in 2016. Getting millions and millions more votes. People don't like to talk about that. But got millions and millions more votes. That's why this is happening. That's the only reason it's happening.
How fair?
I hope that, for Speaker, I hope that Jim is doing well. You'll have to tell me I've been wasting time on a railroaded court.
Are you afraid of going to jail?
Excuse me, I should be entitled to a jury, like anybody else is entitled to a jury. But this case should have never been brought. It's an insult. Remember this, the financial statements are very conservative. The real numbers are more than conservative financial. They said, oh, the financial statements are valued higher. The financial statements are at a lower number. They're conservative. So there is no fraud. Number two, we have a reliance clause. We have what's called a disclaimer right up front, all over the financial. It says don't rely on these financial statements. Do your own due diligence. Do your own analysis. So there's no fraud. And number three, I said before, I'm being tried under a statute that nobody has ever been tried under. That doesn't give me a jury, that doesn't give me any rights whatsoever. They can do whatever they want. And it's a disgrace. Now it's turned out that I have great financial statements. It's turned out that the company is worth much more than the financial statements. They were saying just the opposite. They valued things at ridiculous numbers, like Mar-a-Lago at $18 million, when it's worth perhaps 100 times that amount. Perhaps 100 times. The fact is we have a corrupt legal system in New York City and New York State. And you know what? We have a corrupt legal system in our country. The DOJ is corrupt, and they're leading this whole thing for election interference. Thank you very much.
Are you going to come back? Are you coming back tomorrow?
Former President Trump there making some remarks just outside the chambers of a New York City courtroom, surrounded by his attorneys and some of his family members. Now we want to get to some remarks from the New York attorney, Letitia James. She is prosecuting this case. She spoke on the steps outside of the courthouse there. This is what she had to say.
Use this courtroom as a means to raise funds for his campaign. Mr. Trump unfortunately built his empire on lies, and Mr. Trump unfortunately fails to recognize what is happening in court, and that is we have demonstrated over and over again that he committed lies and fraud, and that his statements of financial condition, unfortunately, were inflated, and they were used to enrich himself, his family, and his company. And Mr. Trump may lie, but numbers don't lie. And the fact is that the judge has already decided that he engaged in repeated and persistent acts of fraud. And so he can call me names, he can engage in distractions, but at the end of the day, Mr. Trump, unfortunately, his entire empire was built on nothing but lies and on sinking sand. And so we will continue to return to court. We will continue to listen to the facts and the evidence. We will continue to demonstrate to the general public that Mr. Donald Trump is not worth as much as he has indicated, and that his statements of financial worth were used for nothing more than to benefit himself and his circle of friends and his family. And so I'm confident that we will be successful at the end of the day, and we will see this through no matter how long it takes. And I'm sure that he will be back again, and he will again attempt to distract each and every one of you, attempt to raise his voice and scream. But at the end of the day, justice will be served, and I'm confident that victory will be mine.
Powerful words from the New York attorney Letitia James prosecuting that case against the former President Donald Trump. A civil fraud trial underway in New York City. A live look from there. And you did hear the attorney say that she is confident that victory will be hers. Trump due back in court this week. We will bring you all the latest here at Live Now from Fox. We're going to step away for another quick break. When we come back, we're going to resume continuing coverage on the war overseas. Thank you for being with us tonight. We're watching Live Now from Fox. Take a look at your screen. At this moment, I'm about to read out a statement from the Israeli Defense Forces on that attack on a hospital in Gaza, something that we have been reporting on all day, a very brutal, deadly explosion at a hospital. It says here, an analysis of IDF operational systems indicates that a barrage of rockets was fired by terrorists in Gaza, passing in close proximity to the Al-Ali hospital in Gaza at the time it was hit. Intelligence from multiple sources we have in our hands indicates that Islamic Jihad is responsible for the failed rocket launch, which hit the hospital in Gaza. We also will release more information and evidence during the upcoming hours, and we're still waiting for that evidence to be released. We are in communications with the IDF, who says that soon we will get that first look as to why they believe a jihadist were behind that attack. I do want to show you, looking through some footage here, to find part of that aftermath in that hospital system. And in the meantime, also taking a look at this tweet. The IDF spokesperson says he has a recording of a conversation between Islamic Jihad operatives that links them to the failed shooting at the hospital in Gaza. The recording is expected to be published. Now, take a look at this, is what I wanted to show you before. A viewer discretion advised, of course, because this was a terrible attack. It may be very disturbing and hard for some people to see, as it has been during all of this time that we have been covering these events. But take a look. Israelis and Palestinians blaming each other after that explosion at a Gaza City hospital killed more than 500 people on Tuesday. Right now in Israel, it's already Wednesday, so this would have happened yesterday. Palestinian authorities first said the blast was the result of an Israeli airstrike Israel's military maintains it had no involvement in the explosion, saying that the blast was caused by a Palestinian rocket that misfired. Also claiming Palestinian militants had fired several rockets near the hospital at the time of the explosion. No official explanation or proof of responsibility has been given yet. The war's most significant increase in casualties comes just one day before President Biden's visit to Israel, and of course, that is happening today soon. Let's go back to this tweet that you can see here. And I do want to get to some statements made public on Twitter from the IDF, where they continue to say that they are not responsible for that deadly attack. Let's listen into these remarks.
I want to give you an announcement of the event that occurred in the hospital in Gaza. I can confirm that an analysis of the IDF operational systems indicates that a barrage of rockets was fired by terrorists in Gaza, passing in close proximity to the Al-Hali Al-Ma'adi hospital in Gaza at the time it was hit. Intelligence from few sources that we have in our hands indicates that the Islamic Jihad is responsible for the failed rocket launch which hit the hospital in Gaza. I repeat, this is the responsibility of Islamic Jihad that killed innocents in the hospital in Gaza.
That video that you saw posted to Twitter at IDF, and one more time, look at this post, saying basically what you just heard in that video, that the IDF spokesperson, he has a recording of a conversation between Islamic Jihad operatives that links them to the failed shooting at the hospital in Gaza. The recording is expected to be published. As we continue on with our coverage, I want to get to the Pentagon press briefing from earlier today. And of course, a lot of the conversation there centering around the conflict overseas, as President Biden is set to make that official appearance after pledging that full support to Israel.
A lot, but just have to be respectful of folks' time. And Megan, welcome back. Nice to see you here. So I just have a few things at the top here that I want to pass on, and then happy to dive into questions. So yesterday, as part of our continued engagement with our Israeli counterparts, Secretary Austin spoke with Minister of Defense Gallant about Israel's operations following Hamas's October 7th terrorist attack. The two have been in touch on a near daily basis since the attack, and I expect that they'll connect again soon. During yesterday's call, the Secretary reiterated that America's support for Israel's security remains ironclad and emphasized the importance of civilian safety as well as the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. Hamas specifically and indiscriminately targeted civilians and was barbaric in its cruelty, reminiscent of ISIS-style attacks. This was terrorism in its clearest sense. Hamas does not speak for the Palestinian people, and we will continue to raise the importance of adhering to the rule of law and the law of war, under which civilians may not be deliberately targeted. The department remains focused on three objectives: supporting Israel's defense through security assistance, sending a strong signal of deterrence to any actors who might be thinking of entering the conflict, and staying vigilant to any threats to U.S. forces in the region. We are actively providing additional security assistance to the Israeli Defense Forces. Secretary Austin visited an airbase in Israel to see the latest arrival on Friday of security assistance, and our security assistance continues to flow, including munitions to meet Israel's urgent needs. With that, Secretary Austin issued a prepare to deploy order to approximately 2,000 DoD personnel from a range of units. This directive increases DoD's ability to respond quickly to the evolving security environment in the Middle East. Should the President decide, the United States would be in a position to rapidly deploy additional air defense, security logistics, medical, intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance, and transportation and additional capabilities into the theater. But to be clear, no decisions have been made to deploy any of these forces at this time. This order only puts these units on higher alert. The Secretary will continue to assess our force posture and remain in close contact with allies and partners. Also yesterday, Secretary Austin approved the extension of the Ford Carrier Strike Group's deployment in the Eastern Mediterranean. The Ford will soon be joined by the USS Eisenhower Strike Group, which, along with sending aircraft into the region, shows our seriousness and commitment to deterrence. And last, the 26th Marine Expeditionary Unit is moving to the region. The 26th MU is an adaptable military force composed of infantry, aviation, and logistics components, all operating under one command. Positioned at sea, the 26th MU is equipped to execute amphibious missions, respond to crises, and engage in limited contingency operations across a spectrum of military scenarios. And with that, I'd be happy to take your questions. Tara, why don't you start us off?
Thanks, Sabrina. I wanted to ask about the Al-Ahli hospital bombing. I want to know if there's any indication that this was an Israeli airstrike that has potentially killed hundreds of Palestinians seeking treatment and shelter there, and if so, does that change the U.S. evaluation of whether or not to send things like JDAMs or other bombs to Israel? And then separately on Ukraine, could you discuss the arrival of the ATACMS, and is this part of a continuing package of ATACMS for Ukraine, and where they're possibly being sourced from?
Sure. So I've seen the reports of the strike that you're referring to, or the hospital that was hit. I'm aware of the reports, but I don't have anything to offer further at this time. The Secretary, as I mentioned, has been in regular contact with Minister Gallant, emphasizing again that in this conflict that the law of war is being upheld, and that's not only something that's been consistently delivered in private, but also publicly. So I would just leave it at that. I just don't have more for you on those reports. Separately, on the ATACMS, you asked where they're being sourced from. I'm not going to...
Is this part of an ongoing, will there be more shipments of ATACMS?
Well, I'm not going to preview any future security packages that we are putting together for the Ukrainians. It's something that, we're regularly consulting with the Ukrainians on what they need, but I'm just not going to preview anything that might be included in future packages. And in terms of where they're sourced from, I'm just not going to get into that at this time. Great. Sorry, right here, Jeff. Sorry, I was looking, but here.
Just can the Defense Department identify the units that the 2,000 service members are in that have been prepared to deploy? Also, you mentioned 26 MU. One of the missions that the MU trains for is a non-combatant evacuation operation. Is that why the 26 MU has been sent to the Eastern Med for a possible NEO?
So the 26 MU right now does not have orders. They are there so that the Secretary and the President can make a decision if they are needed. They are in the region, but I'm not going to get into specific operational details at this time. In terms of and I'm sorry, could you repeat your first question on the...
I was hoping you could say which units, the roughly 2,000,
sorry.
Yeah.
In terms of the units, again, this was a decision. The ready to deploy order came down yesterday from the Secretary. It is up to the commanders to start sourcing those units to figure out who would best meet the requirements that is needed, but those units have not been identified yet.
So no one's gotten prepared to deploy orders yet?
Not yet. This is just the Secretary made the decision yesterday, but the orders themselves and which units are going to be selected have not been selected yet. So I don't have that full list yet. Okay. Yeah. Yes.
Thank you very much, Sabrina.
Sure.
So far, U.S. officials, including but not limited to Secretary of Defense Austin, they say repeatedly that there's no conditions set on the use of the U.S. ammunition provided to Israel.
Yeah.
And just in the past, you've seen the pictures. You say yourself that there's been an attack against an hospital, with massive hundreds of casualties. So isn't there any concern within the Department of Defense that whilst you're supplying these military assistance, you kind of part of it, or like you might be militarily involved in any possible war crimes committed against civilians?
So what I will say is that exactly what you just mentioned, what you just said, is that we did not put any preconditions on Israel when it comes to using our security assistance. From the beginning, what we have said is that governments like us, our democracies, is what separates ourselves from Hamas. We certainly expect Israel, as with any ally or partner, to uphold the law of war. It should be very clear that Hamas is the one putting Palestinians or those in Gaza at great risk. I mean, they are putting their command and control units inside hospitals, inside areas where there are innocent civilians. So the fact that they've set up command centers at these hospitals just shows the brutality that they're willing to engage on, that they're willing to use civilians as a way to mask their operations, but also to see them as casualties. That's not how we democracies are going to, or how the Secretary in his conversations with Minister Gallant, we have always emphasized that the law of war be upheld.
Have you seen that so far? Be upheld, the laws of war by Israel?
We are in constant communication with the Israelis. We have seen them, I think, be very deliberate about where they are striking, continuing to target Hamas locations and away from civilians. Idris, and I'll go to Tom.
I mean, you just further to this point, you talked about how, you know, what separates the U.S. and Israel from Hamas. It's your democracies. You expect them to follow the rule of law. But Israel has a very long and well-documented history of targeting and killing civilians. We saw it earlier this morning when the UN said they killed 5, and now roughly 500 believed to be dead. I get the point you're trying to make, that is the expectation, but why not say, given your history, even though you are an ally, we will put in end-use monitoring systems. We will track you in the way that we track other countries. Why not put those guidelines in place, knowing what you know about them?
We feel confident in our discussions that the Secretary has had with Mr. Gallant. You just saw Secretary Blinken was back in Israel for a second time in just less than a week. The President is going to Israel today. These are certainly things that will be discussed, but again, we did not put preconditions on Israel when it came to providing security assistance. We feel that Israel is, and democracies like Israel and us, should follow the law of war and will follow the law of war in protecting innocent civilians and directly targeting where these known terrorists are.
I guess they're not, is my point. And like, just because a command center is in a hospital, it's still a war crime to target those, right? So I guess what I'm saying is, like, there is evidence that they're not doing what you're saying they should be doing. Why not then say, okay, we will now put in the restrictions?
Well, again, in relation to the report that you're referring to, I've seen the reports. I don't have any more details to provide at this time. I don't know who is responsible. We don't have all the facts, and I'm sure as we learn more, that will inform conversations, but right now I'm not going to go down a hypothetical road of who is responsible for something. What I can tell you again is what the Secretary has been very clear on is that we expect Israel to uphold the law of war, and our priorities, our objectives in supporting Israel is making sure that Israel has what it needs through our security assistance, sending a continued strong message of deterrence that should any other actor think of entering the conflict, that they think again, and that we are being mindful and vigilant of any threats to our U.S. forces. Tom? Yes.
Yeah, along these lines,
we're listening there to the Pentagon press briefing from earlier today, discussing the war in Israel, also that airstrike, the deadly one that happened at the hospital in Gaza. A couple of live looks at this evening. Briefly, we got a live look outside of a Gaza hospital, but that live shot has changed. So right now, let's take a look at Jerusalem very early in the day, approaching 8 o'clock in the morning, and a couple more looks from Israel. This first one here, provided by some of our partners on the ground, of photographers trying to cover the scene of this deadly war, and then finally this last look as we head into our final break of the hour. Don't go anywhere. Live Now from Fox returns right after this. Thank you for being with us on this Tuesday evening. My name is Corel Lahara. We are about done for our live coverage of the day as we continue to bring you the latest developments, new details when it comes to that ongoing war overseas in Israel with Hamas terrorists and also Hezbollah terrorists. We're going to leave you with some of the top stories of the day. Make sure that you join us bright and early tomorrow, 6 a.m. East Coast time, where we resume our coverage. We'll see you back tomorrow. We're going to leave you right now with FBI Director Wray speaking with some of his counterparts from Canada, the UK, Australia about security threats and concerns around the world due to this war.
National guests here to the United States. Before we dive in, I want to take a moment to say that we are all following very closely the ongoing situation in the Middle East and the numerous tragedies that have unfolded there, and we remain laser focused on protecting the citizens of all our countries. That being said, and despite the incredible loss of life there that we have seen, the other threats that we face have not gone away. And because of that, we cannot afford to take our attention off of any adversary, most especially the government of China. We believe this is the very first time the heads of our 5 agencies have appeared together publicly on any topic, an unprecedented event to confront an unprecedented threat. This summit is something those of us up here before you have been talking about for quite some time, and I'm glad that it came together here, finally, at Silicon Valley, at Stanford University, the heart of some of our, really the world's most advanced research and innovation. Over the last day or so, we've been hearing a lot from private sector leaders about just how serious the threats to their innovation and intellectual property are. We talked a lot about how we can work together to protect our businesses from having their globe-leading, hard-earned technology stolen from them, because that technology will, without a doubt, define the next generation. I'm talking about things like AI, autonomy and robotics, biotech, quantum computing, etc. When it comes to protecting our innovation and keeping a step ahead of those who might misuse it, all our agencies, as a Five Eyes partnership, are continuously evolving and are immeasurably stronger when we're all working together. For those of you who don't know, the Five Eyes partnership goes back to the years after World War II, at a time when our countries recognized the need to work together across borders and establish a united front that could guard against threats posed by hostile nation states who would seek to flout the rule of law and basic human rights. And unfortunately, today we are dealing with just such a state. There is a single common thread in just about every conversation about protecting innovation, really across the world's advanced economies, and that is the Chinese government. Not the Chinese people, mind you, and certainly not Chinese Americans, but the Chinese Communist Party is the #1 threat to innovation, period. China has made economic espionage, stealing others' work and ideas, a central component of its national strategy. And that espionage is at the expense of innovators in all 5 of our countries, and it's certainly true right here in Silicon Valley. The contrast with our own rule of law nations could not be greater, and that's why you see us all here standing together for the very first time in a public setting, not only to demonstrate our focus and resolve, but to highlight our joint worldwide work aggressively countering the threat posed by Beijing. That threat has only gotten more dangerous and more insidious in recent years. China has long targeted businesses with a web of techniques all at once: cyber intrusions, human intelligence operations, seemingly innocuous corporate investments and transactions. Every strand of that web has become more brazen and more dangerous. Their hacking program is now bigger than that of every other major nation combined. And it's aiming for targets like popular corporate email software and companies that in turn serve a whole bunch of clients, so that it can steal not just from single businesses, but from hundreds or thousands at once. At the same time, we've seen aggressive uses of human intelligence, now powered by professional social media, while China also hides information about its own companies and harasses and arrests foreign professionals to make it harder and harder for our businesses to detect and avoid harmful investments, joint ventures, and other transactions intended to facilitate the theft of their IP and data. And now, we see Beijing closing the malicious circle by bringing innovation and data they've stolen to bear to steal even more. Beijing has long targeted AI, a field where the U.S. and San Francisco and Silicon Valley in particular lead the world. And now they're working to use AI to improve their already massive hacking operations using our own technology against us. It is outrageous. Beijing's economic espionage campaign hurts our nations and our people, individual engineers, entrepreneurs, families whose hard work and livelihoods are stolen. If China wants to be a great nation, it's time to start acting like one, abiding by its commitments not to steal innovation, following other basic norms like not exporting repression, working with other nations against dangers that all nations face, like cybercrime, fentanyl trafficking, and money laundering, instead of siding with criminals against rule of law nations everywhere. Because until it does, everywhere it flouts the rule of law and tries to undermine our economic security, it's going to find us there together, disrupting their hostile designs, defending our security together, not just as governments, but as 5 joined societies with public servants, private citizens, and businesses all united against the threat. Thank you. Mike?
Thank you, Chris, and thanks for hosting us here. It's no surprise nations want to steal Australian innovation. From the electric drill to Wi-Fi, from penicillin to Google Maps, the black box recorder to the refrigerator. Australia is a nation of innovation. I mention these not to boast, but to remind us that innovation can be life-saving and world-changing, which is what makes it so valuable. Each of the countries here can make a similar claim. And in fact, innovation is a global endeavour, and no nation alone can claim leadership, unless, of course, you cheat. All nations spy. All nations seek strategic advantage. But this summit is focused on behaviour that goes well beyond traditional espionage. The Chinese government is engaged in the most sustained, scaled and sophisticated theft of intellectual property and expertise in human history. It's unacceptable, it's unprecedented. China has developed a ruthless business model aimed at seizing commercial advantage. Stealing intellectual property is the first step. Then they use talent programs, joint ventures and acquisitions to harvest the expertise to exploit the intellectual property. Sometimes that technology is put to military use. Often it is given to companies and mass-produced, undermining the innovator. Our discussions here will raise awareness of these threats and improve our collective defences. Simple steps can make a difference. We cannot think we are helpless and that resistance is futile. The threats facing the tech sector are serious, but not insurmountable. Our adversaries are sophisticated, but not unstoppable. Just last month, ASIO detected and disrupted a plot to infiltrate a prestigious Australian research institution. The plot involved a visiting professor, a genuine academic, who had also been recruited by Chinese intelligence. Their spy master gave them money and a shopping list of intelligence requirements and sent them to Australia. The academic even set his Australian PhD students' research assignments in line with his intelligence requirements. I took a personal interest in this case. As an engineer, I was flattered somewhat that one of the topics researched was me, but if they were looking for the next Mark Zuckerberg, they picked the wrong geek. Working with research institution, ASIO intervened and removed that academic from our country before the harm could be done. This sort of thing is happening every day in Australia. as it is in the countries here. And we will meet and defeat this threat because we have a weapon that others don't. The power of partnerships, the power of the Five Eyes, which is underpinned by our shared values and common resolve. The partnerships with our tech and private sector, academic sectors. Security is a shared responsibility, and we want to work with you to raise awareness of these threats, strengthen defences, build resilience, and secure your success. This summit embodies these partnerships. These summits will advance these partnerships, and this summit will protect these partnerships. Thank you, David.
Bonjour tout le monde, je suis heureux d'être ici parmi vous aujourd'hui et je voudrais remercier la Hoover Institution et la FBI pour l'invitation. Today we are coming together in the spirit of collaboration. We are bridging continents and areas of expertise to demonstrate the need for Five Eyes collaboration and collective purpose in securing innovation. This is of critical importance in today's interconnected world. Emerging tech can offer revolutionary advancements that will have a transformative effect on society. However, they can also have disruptive impacts on our national interest if weaponized or used for espionage by our adversaries. We know that at a moment's notice, the loss of intellectual property and commercial advantage can evaporate years of hard work. This poses a threat to our collective economic and ultimately national security. The Government of Canada has invested deeply to raise awareness of the threats to Canada's innovation and of emerging tech, providing guidance on how to prosecute the secure proprietary innovation and technology. For example, in consultation with Canadian universities, research security guidelines have been issued to Canadian researchers. Organizations like my own help identify potential risk to research security. And we are also establishing a research security center to provide advice and guidance directly to research institutions. CSIS works with its partners across the research sector to ensure that they are aware of the threat environment and that they have the tools and information they need to protect their research and investments. While the Government of Canada has taken significant steps to protect our institutions and our intellectual property, we need to send a clear message to adversaries that we will counter malicious activity and have something that they do not: the power of partnerships. A coordinated and cooperative strategy to this new environment is necessary. An approach that operates in silos, dividing the private, academic, and public sectors, is bound to fail. More than ever, the fundamental dependency of our national security on our economic health is also very clear. Equipping investors, researchers, startups, and companies with the information they need to help us protect economic security is therefore vital. We are all partners in this work. Our future security and prosperity are directly affected by the actions that we are going to take together. Merci. Andrew.
Kia ora, koutou katoa. I'm Andrew Hampton. I'm the Director General of the New Zealand Security Intelligence Service. New Zealand is a trading nation with a very open economy. We're also a country of innovators. The tech sector is our second biggest export earner and is growing 9 times faster than the rest of our economy. A key driver of that growth and that innovation is our culture of collaboration, of working with others. We're also a country that actively seeks foreign investment. Whilst those features of our economy have been key to its growth, they also bring with it risk, and there's increasing awareness that this openness that we have as an economy presents challenges that need to be managed, and one of those is the focus of this very important summit. In the past, New Zealand has seen its geographical location as a way to protect us from harm, but unfortunately those days are long gone. If you look over the last 5 years, we've seen 2 significant terrorist attacks in our country. We have been subject to crippling cyber attacks from both criminal and state actors, and we have also seen foreign interference in its various forms play out in our broader Pacific region and domestically. Recently, the NZSIS released a threat assessment which looked across the board at the threats that our country faces. It included the threats posed by foreign interference and espionage, including cyber espionage, and we identified a small number of states who are behind that malicious activity, and that included the People's Republic of China. Historically, espionage has tended to target government networks. And classified information, but increasingly we're seeing espionage being targeted across the economy, in particular into the corporate sector, into the academic and research sectors, and into the innovation sector. Key to responding to those threats is collaboration and partnership. We have a strong partnership across the Five Eyes. Whilst each of our countries have our own national policies, our own priorities, we are bound by strong values, common interests, but increasingly a similar assessment of the threats that are posed to those same values and shared interest. Collaboration with the private sector is also key to responding to those threats. Our agencies can share information about the nature of the threats that we are seeing. We can also share best practice. But where the real benefit is in working in partnership with the private sector, with innovators, to understand what they are seeing, getting their ideas on how to respond to the various threats that we face. There's a real tendency to see security and innovation in tension with each other or at odds, but actually they're mutually reinforcing, and that's one of the key messages that we want to emphasise. We are very supportive of the principles that have been launched today around secure innovation. They provide some practical best practice advice to organisations on how they can secure themselves from the threats that we face. Thank you very much.
I'll speak first on the Middle East and then on our summit. The Hamas attacks on Israel were monstrous. 1,400 people were murdered. That includes British citizens. Others are still missing. I offer my deepest condolences to all those in Israel who've seen their lives changed forever as a result of these outrageous acts. My thoughts are with all the innocent people suffering in Israel and in Gaza. Today, my fellow Five Eyes agency heads and I are addressing one important issue in public. As you'd expect, we'll also use our time together to discuss a range of other issues in private, including what the Hamas attacks mean both in the region and in our homelands. I've spent the bulk of my career countering terrorism. It never loses its power to sicken me. As I've said to some of you already, MI5 will continue to work without fear or favour to protect the UK's national security wherever we see threats. And on our summit, we are at a historic moment where emerging technologies, AI, quantum computing, synthetic biology, are leaping forward in ways that have the potential to change our world at a fundamental level. Of course, there's lots of hype around these technologies, but nations which lead the way on them will command immense power. Authoritarian states are laser focused on this. We know that because they've said so publicly, and we know it because our teams every week observe massive amounts of covert activity by the Chinese Communist Party in particular, not aimed just at government or military secrets, but aimed at startups, aimed at academic research, aimed, in short, at people who understandably may not think that national security is about them. But if you're anywhere close to the cutting edge of tech, you might not be interested in geopolitics, but geopolitics is interested in you. And so we're coming together at this summit to reach a much wider audience than we've had to in the past. Not just to describe a problem, but to offer practical help. That's why at our summit today we launched 5 principles which provide expert but pragmatic advice to help companies of all sizes, including, crucially, our newest and most innovative companies, to make conscious choices, to manage risks they may not realize they face, while still engaging with the world, to manage those risks for the sake of their companies and for the sake of us all. Thank you.
Q&A part now. Jason has the microphone for the reporters. Ready, gentlemen? All right. We'll start with Eric from the Associated Press.
Yes, hi. Eric Tucker with the Associated Press. This first question is for any of you gentlemen. I'm wondering, in the 9 or 10 days since the attacks, as you've gone back and reviewed everything, what have you been able to discern about what may have been in your holdings as it relates to the preparation and planning of these attacks? And to what extent was there any indication within the Western intelligence agencies and Mossad as to whether there was anything that was being plotted or planned in any manner? This next question is for Director Wray. Obviously, you spoke to us several days ago about the threat landscape in the U.S. and the threats, both verbal and violence that were occurring, and that seems to not have abated. I'm wondering if there's anything additional you can tell us about what you were seeing, what you're hearing in your briefings about what this looks like in the United States. Thank you so much.
So, as I think I said to you all on Saturday and Sunday, we are absolutely horrified by what's going on over in the Middle East right now, and remain vigilant to the potential for threats in our own countries. And those are absolutely topics that we've been discussing as partners in our private meetings here all together. And as I said on Sunday, our legal attaché office in Tel Aviv is working closely with our great Israeli partners and U.S. Embassy partners to locate and identify all Americans who've been impacted in the region, including those who remain unaccounted for. We also have our victim services specialists who are working closely with victims and their families here and abroad. And here at home, we are working closely with our partners in state and local law enforcement, primarily through our joint terrorism task forces, to ensure that together we stay laser focused on mitigating those threats that we have identified and to continue sharing intelligence to keep our communities safe. In addition, our FBI field offices all across the country are communicating not just with state and local law enforcement, but also with faith-based organizations and with the private sector, among others. But the American people expect us to be able to handle more than one threat at a time, and so while terrorism is and will be, as long as I'm FBI director, the FBI's #1 priority, we have to be able to do more than one thing at a time, and we are. And at the end of the day, the threat posed by the government of China represents an existential threat, not just to our innovation, but also to our security and our way of life. And that's why the 5 of us are here together today for this unprecedented event.
Thank you. I just would like to echo comments made by my colleagues regarding the horrible attack, terrorist attack by Hamas. As professionals, intelligence professionals, you know, we look at an event like this, and it's can tell you it's a lot of soul searching taking place at the moment to make sure that, you know, what we know, what we knew, what we can do in our own countries to protect against, you know, the potential terrorist attacks is something that is very much alive at the moment. We are a Canadian intelligence agency, like my own and the others. We are working daily with Israeli intelligence in Tel Aviv and here in Canada to share as much as we can and to be able to prevent potential further attacks, but also to help recover Canadian who have been kidnapped by Hamas. I also would like to know that, as we unfortunately have seen, is that, you know, there are people who are using the pretext of this horrible attack to engage in activities in our own countries. And so CSIS, as an intelligence service, you know, working very closely with our domestic partners in Canada as well to make sure that we protect all Canadians from potential retribution from these attacks. People would want to take matters in their own hands, and it's unfortunately the kind of dynamic that we see.
Okay. Next question will be from Robert with the Globe Mail. Sir.
I have a question first for the FBI director, but I encourage everybody else that they want to talk about, respond to this. My understanding in terms of the killing of a Sikh separatist leader in Canada, that the intelligence came from the United States, or some of the intelligence came from the United States and was confirmed from the UK. Can you tell us whether this intelligence will be released to the public if the Indian authorities do not cooperate with Canada and bring the people to justice?
There's really nothing I can share on that at this time. I mean, we work very closely with our great partners here at CSIS on a whole range of threats, and we'll continue to make decisions on a case-by-case basis about what intelligence can be shared at what time.
Second question, if I may, again, whoever may wish to comment on this. There, in Canada particularly, but in the United States and in the UK and actually in Australia and every one of these countries, there's been a lot of attention paid to foreign interference by China not only in terms of stealing technology, but also in terms of what they're doing in the diaspora communities and in foreign interference in terms of electoral. There's been so much publications about this. Have you noticed, has there been any indication from an intelligence perspective that China is backing off on any of this, or simply it's just full steam ahead?
Well, I guess what I would say is that we continue to see very brazen, totally unacceptable efforts by the Chinese government to engage in what we would refer to as transnational repression. And that takes a variety of forms. We had a case not that long ago on our law enforcement side where we announced charges against certain individuals who were attempting to engage in a form of interference with a congressional candidate. And it started with them trying to dig up dirt on the candidate. When that was unsuccessful, then they looked at manufacturing dirt, just fiction on the candidate. And then when that didn't work, then they started looking and discussing the possibility of having the candidate befall a horrible accident. And so in my mind, that is not the behavior of a great nation, and it needs to stop.
So the killing of a Canadian on Canadian soil is absolutely unacceptable. We have provided intelligence assessment to the government, to the Prime Minister, to make sure that there was our understanding of the situation was clear. We do work in partnerships with our partners here, the Five Eyes and others, on an ongoing basis, and that's the strength of partnerships that we have highlighted earlier. And I believe that this is a critical aspect of how we are able to counter foreign interference. And on your specific questions of we seen changes in behavior, I would say that fortunately it's a little bit of a cat and mouse game in the sense that we see as much as we are ramping up our efforts and our different ways of defeating espionage and foreign interference, we see tactics being adapted. Some of it more covert, some of it may be more overt, but it is unfortunately something that is not stopping. And then our role is, again, by standing here together, is that we're able to stand taller against that threat.
All right, next question, Andy from ABC, or I'm sorry, Jade from ABC Australia.
Director General Burgess, the Australian government is still trying to stabilise its relationship with China after a very tense period. Was the government briefed ahead of time on the comments that you would be making at this summit, and is there any concern that these comments could hamper those efforts to improve those ties?
Thank you. Being here was actually known. Obviously my exact remarks are not known. As a head of security service, I have some latitude in saying what I need to say as part of my job as Australia's Security Service and the Director General of Security. I will, if I can, challenge your premise of your question a little bit, or your concern that you might have, maybe put it a better way. Dialogue between Australia and China is incredibly important. Our Prime Minister has said we will cooperate where we can and disagree where we must. This is one example where we're calling out something where we must disagree, but it doesn't stop the ongoing engagement. China's success has been of great benefit to Australia, and we want to continue a productive relationship at all levels, across all elements of society. But like good sovereign nations, when we find something that's unacceptable. And my role as the head of security service is to call these things out so these matters can be dealt with effectively.
Thank you. The next question from the UK, Gordon.
Thanks. Gordon Carrera from the BBC. Could I ask each of the Five Eyes whether they've seen evidence that the technology that China has stolen has been weaponized in any way, particularly for interference activities or repression activities, in terms of data being stolen to find people, or AI to try and interfere in politics or public opinion? And also perhaps a second question, is there a risk that as Western countries go for growth and need growth, that politicians and others may be less willing to listen to the message about China as they seek economic investment?
Well, I'll start on the first part of your question. Certainly we have seen large-scale theft of data, not just innovation, which has been the focus of this summit, but also large swaths of Americans' personal data. The Chinese government has stolen more of Americans' personal and corporate data than every other nation, big or small, combined. And then when you put that data together with AI, much of it itself stolen, it creates the potential for the hacking operation that I described earlier, the malign foreign influence efforts that we've talked about a little bit here already, all to be significantly powered by the combination of the stolen data with the stolen technology as an amplifier. And that's what we're most concerned about, and that's what we're starting to see signs of more and more that we want to try to address.
On the second question, New Zealand has a very open economy. As I've said, we have benefited significantly from a strong trading relationship with the People's Republic of China, and we expect that to continue. What I have observed, though, in my 7 years in the New Zealand intelligence community is both political decision makers but also business people are increasingly aware that there are some challenges with that relationship and that you need to be clear-eyed about it, and that countries do need to call things out which are inconsistent with their values, but you can still work to cooperate in areas where those values align.
As you will know, Gordon, the UK Parliament passed legislation on National Security and Investment Act, which came into force at the beginning of last year, broadly analogous to the CFIUS legislation, which has existed for a long time in the United States. Since that legislation came into force, in the first year of its operation, 866 transactions were notified to the UK government, and a total of 15 were cases where government intervened in some way, shape or form. So I think what those numbers tell you, a bit like some of my colleagues have already said, is that the UK is absolutely open for business, seeking to engage constructively, to allow innovation to happen, to allow trade to happen, but in the minority of cases where national security is at stake or some vital piece of long-term advantage is at stake, then the government is prepared to act, and that's what those numbers say to me.
Okay. Next question, back to the U.S. media. Julian Barnes from the New York Times.
Thanks so much. I have a question for several of you. Director Wray, I'm wondering how you decide what technology the U.S. should limit China's access to, and whether we expect China to double down on its espionage activities in the wake of decisions like today's to limit their access to semiconductors that power AI. Will they double down in that area? For Director McCallum, I'm wondering if you have a way to sort of quantify how China has increased its espionage in this space and how much they're focused on technology vice sort of hard national security, like, you know, positions of forces and whatnot. And then finally, for Mr. Burgess, did Australia really invent refrigeration? But seriously, I'm wondering what you gave a very powerful example of intelligence collection at a university, and I wonder if, from your perspective, the universities which have a tradition of openness are more vulnerable than startup companies which want to, make money off their innovations and protect it from competitors. So I'm wondering if that is a more difficult protection problem overall.
So let me start out by saying I won't be able to speak directly to the specific restrictions announced today because, as you might imagine, I've been fairly busy over the last 24 hours. But we have, I can tell you, been spending a lot of time here talking about AI, both amongst ourselves as well as, maybe more importantly in some ways, all of us with the private sector and the research sector, and protecting our lead in AI technology from anybody who would steal innovation, and preventing deliberate misuse of the technology to cause harm has absolutely been a prominent topic. And what the FBI sees, and I think this has been echoed in the conversations we've had here with our academic, international, and private sector partners, is that the key thread through both of those concerns is the Chinese government, specifically, among other things, that they're working to use AI to improve their already massive hacking operations, in effect using our own technology against us, and that is outrageous. Now, you raised the point about how you pick technologies to impose different kinds of restrictions on, and I guess what I would say to you there is there's an interagency process that goes into all of that. It is absolutely the case that we have seen in the past with different technologies that the Chinese have tried to develop on their own unsuccessfully, and then pivoted to trying to steal those same technologies from businesses in other countries. And that's something that we have to stay in front of. If that forces them to have to try to develop it more on their own, that's the way it's supposed to be done. We welcome and encourage innovation in all countries. What we're not going to tolerate is cheating or theft. And beyond that, I think on the specific restrictions that were announced today, I would refer you to the Department of Commerce for those.
On your questions to me, if I had a neat metric that captured the overall scale of the Chinese espionage effort against the UK, I probably wouldn't use it in a press conference. What I can say is that since 2018, MI5 is conducting 7 times more investigations into covert Chinese activity in my nation. I can also provide you with a number that we often see obfuscated, masked approaches on professional networking sites to people in the UK who have information our adversaries seek. We've now seen more than 20,000 of those approaches using professional networking sites. So that gives you some sense of scale. And on the second part of your question, it's not really an either-or thing. I think what is most distinctive about what we see from the Chinese government is the scale, the ambition, and the patience. But insofar as I can give you an either-or, I would say that the focus on emerging technology is very, very striking indeed. And I think that's something reflected across all of our nations.
Okay. And in regards to your question around universities, yes, open collaboration and academic freedom are absolutely strengths of these institutions in all of our countries, and we are actually attempting to protect that, not prevent that or stop that from happening. And in the context of the problem we see, there is 2 elements, as I explained. There's the wholesale intellectual property theft, which doesn't come from universities that are engaging in open collaborative research with other universities, but it's the link of that to talent that's acquired through talent programs and research collaborations between foreign universities, which is a good thing. And what we're asking for is to call out the problem, and for that sector just to engage in this space with our eyes wide open, because there are some universities that you would not want to engage with if you just Googled them and found out what they did. Of course, I'd recognise there's a responsibility on my agency and others in my country and our partners here to help our friends in that sector understand where the problems might be, to support the great work they do through the open and free collaboration with other universities overseas.
Okay. We'll take another question. Dimitri from the Financial Times.
Thank you, and thanks, Kathy, for allowing an Irishman into the Five Eyes, probably for the first time. General Avignon, you mentioned how China adapts to counter approaches by the Five Eyes and other countries. Can all of you just tell me, briefly, how is China adapting? How good are they adapting? And can you give us maybe a specific example of how they do it? And for Director Ray, we're here in the capital of venture capital firms. A lot of them do a lot of business in China, and a lot of them have more knowledge about China, frankly, than maybe many people in Washington. So my question is, do you think they really underestimate the risks of what's happening in China and how China can steal technology, et cetera? Or do you think they're basically just focusing on profit and ignoring the short-term risks? Do you want to go first?
So I'll probably start with an example of how the PRC, the Communist Party, has essentially weaponized, some of its soft power approach to engage in foreign interference and espionage activities, and that's the United Front Work Department, UFWD. The FWD under Xi Jinping has grown to become much larger than the formal Ministry of Foreign Affairs in China. We are seeing, absolutely appropriate cultural association, in all of our countries, unfortunately being, somewhat infiltrated by people who are reporting back and are taking their directions from Beijing. And so what we have seen is that depending on the environment and the intensity of the scrutiny that the people are under, they will just go a bit more covert and a bit more, my predecessors, 15 years ago, will have found people, providing, money to a candidate, to do something. Now you have 2 or 3 cutouts, that will be involved in those activities. You will not have the same, brazen, acts that, the people in our field of activity will be able to pick up. But that's kind of the more covert approach, more nuanced approach. And one of the very negative impact of all of this is that, it unfortunately casts shadows on many people of Chinese origin in our countries. And that is something that is absolutely essential, is that we do not want to, as Director Ray said earlier, we do not want to equate the activities of the Chinese Communist Party with the activities absolutely legitimate of people in our countries. And this is this insidious approach that I think, makes it even more important for us to approach this with nuance, but with determination.
So a couple things. First, in terms of China's efforts to adapt to the Five Eyes, I think the thing that the Chinese government is attempting to do, they want to develop partnerships of their own, but what they don't understand, it would appear to me, is that this partnership is based on common values, commitment to the rule of law, respect for human rights, mutual trust, collaboration, cooperation, and, if I may say, genuine friendship. We talk to each other all the time. What's unprecedented is all of us appearing publicly at one time. I don't think that's ever happened. But we are talking all the time about all sorts of things, and we genuinely enjoy spending time with each other and helping each other, and that cascades all the way down through our various intelligence services. The Chinese government's efforts at partnership are transactional, and that quickly leads to awareness of the inability for them to be trusted. Now, in terms of what they are attempting to do, what have we seen them do in terms of adapting beyond that? In particular, now that the business community in multiple countries has become more sophisticated about the threats posed by the Chinese Communist Party, the Chinese government is now engaged in a fair amount of efforts to further obfuscate the Chinese government's control of various companies. So it's harder for businesses to do due diligence, vetting, et cetera, to make responsible business decisions. And that, in turn, I think ties into the last part of your question, which is, for example, the VC community and their conducting a business there. I don't think it's a pursuit of profit motive at the expense of being responsible. I think what's happening, which is part of why we're here not just engaging publicly but privately with businesses, is that it's become much harder for those businesses to figure out who they're doing business with and what those transactions may be hijacked by the Chinese government to do. And that's where partnership between intelligence services and the business community becomes important, because we can share information with them that we know that allows them to be able to be smarter about the decisions they make. And I have found over my years as director that the response from the business community has changed dramatically. It's been true in the conversations we've had here at this summit, but it's also true all year long in the meetings that I have. It's gone from convince us that there's a threat to tell us how we can work better with you to mitigate that threat.
All right, folks, we have time for one more question. We'll go back to the Australians. Farrar with the Sydney Morning Herald.
Question for Director Ray and Director General Burgess, but anyone else who would like to weigh in. I'm interested to know, has China harmed any of the Five Eyes' own intelligence gathering capabilities? And more broadly, I guess going back to the current geopolitical climate, do you believe the war in the Middle East, as well as Ukraine, increases the chances of China exploiting the situation in some way and potentially even edging closer to an invasion of Taiwan?
Well, as to the harm question, I will stick with some things that are public, and certainly we have brought charges against, including recently against some former U.S. Navy sailors who had been recruited by the Chinese government. Certainly, we do have cases where the Chinese intelligence apparatus has recruited, unfortunately, members of the U.S. national security establishment over the years. And anytime that happens, that causes harm. We're determined to block those efforts and disrupt those efforts through law enforcement action or other means where appropriate. But it is something that we are constantly having to guard against, and it's why the FBI has a counterintelligence mission that is one of its highest priorities. As to the second piece, the confluence of both the war in Ukraine, the war now in the Middle East, and this threat, it just underscores the importance of all of us working together, because we have to be able to, I think our public expects us to be able to tackle multiple threats at one time. And to the extent that the Chinese government somehow thinks that we are going to be distracted, we can focus on more than one thing at one time. We're going to stand by our partners in Ukraine, we're going to stand by our partners in Israel, and we're going to protect our public and our economy against the generational threat that's posed by the Chinese Communist Party.
In regards to the first part of your question, the harm, there's no doubt in my mind that we've actually disrupted many attempts at espionage and foreign interference in our country. And that's our job, and when we find problems, we'll deal with them. Most of them, we deal with them privately and professionally. This summit, my public remarks are an exception because of the exceptional nature of that threat, commercial espionage, as I said, at a scale which is unprecedented. But there's no doubt we're having great effect. But spy, counter-spy, it's a game that continues. Foreign intelligence services will keep trying. They have a rapacious need for information, and our job is to find them and deal with them, and we do that effectively. As for them finding Australia's efforts against them, obviously I wouldn't talk about that. You might want to ask the Chinese government at some stage that question. In regards to would China exploit or take an opportunity out of Russia, Ukraine and what's happening in the Middle East, may well. I think all nations would certainly do that, and I'm with Chris in that regards. Our job is to continue to defend our nations for any nation that tries to exploit any situation anywhere, and we will just continue to do our job and do it well.
Gentlemen, thank you so much for your time today. Thank you all for attending this morning, coming back today and doing this. Media folks, we're here for any follow-ups you might have.
Okay, die Reihenfolge der Sprecher. Am Anfang wird Gili Roman sein, dann Hanan Cohen auf Deutsch, Yaya Moses, Shakir Aran, Yoni Asche, Ronny Ricardo Luke. Die letzten werden natürlich auf Englisch reden. Wir werden gleich anfangen.
Good evening, and thank you for your patience. My name is Gili Roman. I'm the sister of Yarden. My sister had been kidnapped to Gaza last Saturday. I will give a very short brief of the meeting, and then Hanan will extend in German. We just got out of the meeting with Chancellor Scholz. Firstly, we thanked him, warmly thanked him for his firm standing with us, behind us, the fact that he is here for his very clear message by coming here, and his very articulated and firm speech that has been delivered today. We feel more affirmed now that he's here, knowing the different actions and his devotion, his personal devotion, and also the devotion of the German government to this cause, the highest cause possible, to save lives. The Chancellor heard very patiently all of our stories, our requests. I think we all feel his connection to us, his empathy towards us, and also his devotion and determination to be on our side and help, as he said, help as much as possible to do whatever he can, whatever Germany can, as one of the biggest powers in this world, in order to help bring our families back, our family members back, but also all the refugees, all the hostage back. He was very clear on that point, and we thank him for that. We also express our understanding that this is an historical point in time, and he is an historical position, and we have the highest expectation of him. And I think that he understood this message, and he is the man of the hour, alongside other world leaders. And we believe, and we told him that as well, we believe in his leadership and his ability to use all of Germany power towards the different actors that can influence Hamas to release the hostages as soon as possible. We are talking here about elderly, ill people, children, small children, women, whole families. So we are getting out of this meeting a little bit more affirmed, but still, of course, concerned and worried about our dear ones and about the faith and safety of all the people who are being held hostage by the most barbaric, cruel human beings on this earth at the moment. Hanan, please.
Ja, ich möchte nur ein paar Worte wiederholen auf Deutsch. Ich bin 85 und kurz nächstens schon 86 und lebte selbst oder arbeitete, besser gesagt, in Deutschland über 10 Jahre, so dass ich Deutschland auch gut kenne. Wir bedanken uns, alle von uns, insbesondere zu dem Kanzler, der seine Zeit genommen hat und über 40 Minuten mit uns saß und unsere Geschichte gehört hat. Wir werden später noch die persönlichen Geschichten von jedem von uns hören, aber Deutschland steht bestimmt in der Front. Da fehlt mir das deutsche Wort, aber das versteht ihr genau. Von diesem Kampf, den wir haben heute, um unsere Lieben wiederzusehen. Das ist Mutter, Schwester, Kinder, überhaupt nicht zu erklären. Und Deutschland hat die Kraft, so weit wie sie kann, natürlich, den humanitarischen Zustand so zu drücken, dass unsere Leute zurückkommen. Alle von uns tragen deutschen Passport. Auch alle unsere Angehörigen tragen den deutschen Passport. Das ist so was, wir sprechen hier als Deutsche. Wir wollen nicht, dass Deutschland irgendwie in den Kampf reinkommt. Aber der politische Druck, der muss da sein, weil wir wollen unsere Geliebten wieder sehen. Der Staat Israel, und ich bin noch Vorkriegskind, aber der Staat Israel wurde geboren, um ein Haus für das jüdische Volk zu sein. Und was haben die Leute versucht? Die Häuser zu verbrennen, die Leute in den brutalsten Wege, die es nur gibt, zu töten, Kinder, Frauen. Ich spreche nicht über Soldaten, ich spreche zurzeit nur über die Familienangehörigen hier. Und das ist, der Terror hat in diesem Fall jede Grenze übertreten. Es ist unmöglich, was hier gemacht wurde. Eine von uns ist nicht mehr zwischen uns. Und inzwischen hat sie die Information bekommen, dass einer von der Familie, der als Geisel genommen wurde, es nicht mehr zwischen den Leben ist. Und wir wissen gar nichts über unsere Leute. Wir haben keine Zeit. Gestern ist viel zu spät. Am besten hätten wir gesagt, am letzten Samstag, vorletzten Samstag. Nicht zu glauben, dass schon so viel Zeit vorbei ist. Am Sonntag wird in Berlin eine große Versammlung sein und ein Teil von uns fahren dorthin. Ich hörte vorhin, dass ich selbst sogar nach Köln komme, um dort eine Konferenz zu machen. Ich habe von beiden Seiten den Flughafen zuerst in Ports und nachher in St. Augustin gelebt. 10 Jahre, über 10 Jahre lang. Und von einer Seite wünsche ich, dass ihr alle hier seid in den schlimmen Zeiten, weil damit hilft ihr uns. Aber ich lade euch ein, auch natürlich mitzumachen in der Versammlung am Sonntag in Berlin. Wer kann. Das ist, was wir zu sagen haben. Über die Katastrophe möchte ich überhaupt nicht reden. Sie ist unmenschlich, sie ist extremer, als was ein Mensch beschreiben kann. Und das, hoffen wir, wird in der Macht von Deutschland sein, das zu verhindern.
Hello, my name is Moses. I'm the son of Gadi and Moses, which were abducted, kidnapped from Kibbutz Nir Oz on Saturday morning. They are 79 and 77 years old. My mother is a very ill person, and we worried so much. She's had cancer, diabetic, need help with other things, and I'm sure she suffered a lot. And this is our main reason to get sure they will get help and get medicines and get home, because we miss them and we worried about them so much. Thank you.
My name is Shaked Aran. 10 members of my family are missing, kidnapped by Hamas in Gaza. To be honest, this is the last place I wanted to be tonight, but I really do feel that the media might have power in putting pressure in the international community in Germany specifically. And we thank you all for your empathy, for your kind words, but we are waiting for actions. We are waiting for things to be done. That's all we ask, is that our loved ones would be back, that we at least get a sign of life from them. In my family, there is a 3-year-old Yael, an 8-year-old Neve, and 12-year-old Noam. These are all small children and babies. and elderly people. These are the people that are being kept right now in Gaza. And every night that passes that they are still there is our failure and the international community's failure. So we really ask now for immediate action as soon as possible to get a sign of life and to bring them back home safely.
Hello, thank you for coming. My name is Yoni Asher. I'm 37-year-old. I'm the husband and father of Doron and two daughters, 5 and 3, Raz and David, which got kidnapped from the kibbutz Niroz, from their grandmother's house. I wasn't with them at that point. Was back in our house, far away from there. They were spending the night for the holiday and got kidnapped from the safe room. I saw them on a video later that day. Getting on some kind of vehicle, recognized my wife getting covered on her head, my older daughter Raz, my younger daughter Aviv, 2 little baby girls who got kidnapped, and right now I'm here talking in front of you, and I'm a father without his family, and my entire world got taken away from me. I want to thank Chancellor Olaf Scholz for his time, for his visit. I'm impressed that he's willing to do whatever it takes in order to be responsible for their safety and their return. I showed him and the ambassador Sabert the doll which was in the bed on grandmother's house, which my little daughter Aviv was always sleeping with. And I told him that I will come to Germany with my 2 young baby girls when they get back, and with this doll and give it to him and say thank you. And this is my vision. This is what I want. This is what I hope for. And we must understand there is no time for children held captive. There is no time. Children in captive, it's a disaster. It's a catastrophe. It doesn't matter what country they are, yeah, but we know that also the ambassador and also Mr. Scholz himself are aware to this, and I will hope that they will bring them back. Thank you.
Ronny?
My name is Ricarda Luke. I'm the mother of Shani Luke. She went to the festival on this Saturday. celebrating peace and music and dancing and many people. It was a great festival of what I heard from other people. And then in the morning, the alarms, the rocket came, the parachutings with guns were just landing there. They panicked. They went to the car. She was driving with a car and two other friends. They tried to get out of there very quickly to the street. In the street, the Hamas was already waiting for them with guns. She made a call quickly to the other friends, don't come here, everything is blocked, run away, and the other people really left the car, the second car, and ran away. She couldn't make it, she was stopped by them. She and her Mexican boyfriend, and there was another friend in the car. The friend in the back, we found out later that he was shot on the place in front of them. There were screams, the others were still on the phone with them. There were screams and shootings, and then the connection was gone. And later on, we got a video from a friend where we saw her thrown on a pickup truck, half naked, bloody, and in a very strange position, unconscious, and people were really putting the leg on her with the arms and celebrating and laughing, and they were driving through the Gaza Strip, and we saw all the people cheering and chanting and celebrating and spitting her on the head, and it was just so humiliating and terrible to see at this moment. So in this time, really, a whole world breaks down. You don't understand. You don't get it. And so she was investing. What happened? Why did people behave like this? Like human. Like animals, I don't know. I really have no explanation for this. But so in the end, we didn't know if she's alive or not. And a few days later, we got an information from someone in Gaza that said she's in the hospital and she has a bad head injury, and that's all we heard. I mean, it's almost a week that we didn't hear anything new yet. We don't know in what situation she is. We don't know if she's alive, if she's very sick. And the bombing goes on there also, which doesn't make us more comfortable. And just the unknowing, it's really driving us crazy. And everybody said that we don't have time. We have to act quickly, and we have to get at least to know in what situation they are, who is alive, how sick are they, as a first step, and then get them out of there. That's what we ask, and we hope that Germany can make this happen.
Bevor wir zu den Fragen kommen, wollte ich mal kurz betonen, dass es jetzt viele Israelis, die enge Verbindungen zu deutschen Freunden haben und sogar zu Fußballvereinen. Und wir haben einen wie zum Beispiel Herr Spolin, der auch als Geisel im Gazastreifen von den Terroristen gehalten wurde. Er ist schwer verletzt. Und wir wissen, dass er ein enger Freund auch von dem Werder Bremen Fußball-Fanclub ist. Es gibt mehrere solche und wir hoffen, dass sie sehr schnell zurückkommen. Aber das Erste natürlich, dass wir etwas von denen hören werden, dass sie wirklich mit uns sind. Und jetzt bitte zu den Fragen. Eventuell am besten natürlich auf Englisch. Wenn Sie eine Übersetzung brauchen, sind wir natürlich da. Bitte sehr. Sheilot Achshav.
I just wanted to say first that I'm Roni, the sister of Yarden Roman. That we're heading to Berlin, and in Sunday there will be a great rally. We really expect every person who cares about lives of innocent people to come to support us, and it's just a rally of love and life, and this is our call to Germany and the whole world to stand with us and bring them back as fast as possible.
Questions, please. Fragen bitte. Ja, bitte, wer fängt an? Wer ist der Erste oder die Erste? Keine Fragen? No questions? Doch, RTL, bitte. Präsentieren Sie sich nur bitte. Danke.
My name is, can you hear me? Yeah, Alexandra Kalinos, RTL and MTV. Just a general question. You talked about that 40 minutes you talked with Chancellor Scholz. Was there something concrete he promised you? Something concrete that gives you hope?
Ich denke, ich kann Deutsch auch beantworten. Ich glaube, das meiste, was er gesagt hat, dass er wird nicht aufhören, seine Macht, und die ist unklar ein bisschen, aber zu machen. Wir wissen, dass er morgen nach Ägypten fährt. Und wir wissen, was für Einfluss Ägypten hat auf den Terror. Und deswegen verlieren wir unsere Hoffnung nicht.
Questions more? Who's next? Wer noch? Bitte? Jawohl.
I think I can do it without microphone. What's your expectation, what the German government can do as a next step, and what are you expecting of the Israeli government to?
Und was da noch? Haben Sie etwas schon?
Ich kann auch antworten.
We expect responsibility from both Israeli and Germany authorities because of the civilians that belong to those two countries and more. And we can't tell them what you should do, exactly how to do it. If Chancellor Scholz would promise me something today, I would suspect that he is not serious, because these things, we know it's complicated. We want the fastest, we want it yesterday, but also the Israeli and the German authorities, the thing that we expect is the responsibility, and I think that the visit today proved that Germany declared that she's responsible for the life of women, children, men held in captivity. Thank you.
Ich möchte dazu noch sagen, wir können nicht in dem Namen vom Kanzler sprechen. Was er gesagt hat, wurde uns gesagt. Es waren warme Worte, die er hat genau zugehört, und er weiß genau unsere Situation. Ein Teil der Familie ohne irgendeine Nachricht, so auch meine Schwester, die von mir aus verschwunden ist, überhaupt keine Nachricht. Und er hat nur gesagt, wir werden das Beste machen, um Informationen euch rüberzubringen.
Yes. Noch jemand mit noch zusätzlichen Fragen? Ja, bitte, danke schön.
Is there a reason you put the Mickey Mouse in your arm?
Yeah, that's the goal I mentioned earlier, that the one I told you that I showed it to the Chancellor, and this is what I told him. This is my baby daughter of his favorite doll in the grandmother's house, which she was taken from, and my vision and my hope is to come to Germany to visit him, say thank you with his doll and my two baby girls and my wife, and I also told him that he is one of the most powerful leaders in the world. He didn't get there by giving up easily, so I'm following his footsteps, and I will not give up easily.
Just wanted to ask which organizations actually felt are helpful so far and been helpful so far in the situation.
We are organized only as families, as those who suffer directly. Bei mir ist das die Schwester, bei ihm sind das die Eltern, bei ihm sind es Kinder und Frau. Jeder von uns in einem anderen Weg. Und Es ist keine Organisation, die wir nennen können. Die Tatsache ist, dass wir, die alle unsere Geliebten einen deutschen Passport haben, probieren durch Deutschland irgendwas zu erreichen.
I want to say another expectation. Maybe Hanan mentioned it, but I don't understand Deutsch, so I think we also expect to receive immediate information. Hamas is saying now that it needs Israel to stop bombing in order to release, but it can give information, and it has an international, according to the international law, it is obliged to give out information, who is hostage, and what their condition is. And this is something that should be done immediately and requested immediately by the international community. And it's a step that doesn't need, nothing needs to change in order for Hamas to just say who they have and what their condition is, if they are alive, if they are hurt. And it's obviously not going to be to Israel, but to a third party, to the Red Cross, to Germany, to anyone, just that we receive this information immediately.
Okay, thank you very much. If there's no questions anymore, vielen Dank allen, dass Sie hier sind. Und wir werden sofort nachher, Sie können dann Privatinterviews auch durchführen, wenn Sie wollen. Ori und ich, hier Ori macht Reba in die Hand. Wir sind hier für die Übersetzung, wenn jemand es braucht, Deutsch, Hebräisch, Englisch. Wir wollen auch sagen, dass, wie das verstehen wird, fahren morgen diese Familienmitglieder nach Berlin für eine Kundgebung, die dort stattfinden sollte. Und Sie können natürlich durch uns auch koordinieren, wenn Sie dort weiter dann in Deutschland eventuell jemand von denen wieder auf ein Interview einladen wollen, etc. etc. Vielen Dank und wir sind jetzt hier am Ende. Sie können sich natürlich mit jedem von den hier Personen natürlich sofort in Verbindung setzen und sie interviewen. vielen Dank. מה שאמרתי זה שאתם עומדים ברשותם לשאלות אישיות ולשיחות אישיות, הם יפנו אליכם, ובמידת הצורך יהיה לנו כאן מי שיתרגם את זה. בסדר? Okay. I'll repeat it in English, of course, that all the members of the families who are sitting here
Thanks for coming. Well, obviously, much has happened since we were last together. I remember, and you may well remember this too, that Bob Gates said that after the Berlin Wall came down, we had a holiday with history. And if you recall, we thought big power competition was going away and that our challenges would simply be against terrorism. Well, we certainly had terrorism. We had a war in Afghanistan, a war in Iraq, all related to terrorism or the fear of terrorism. Now, regretfully, as we've learned in the last week, we still have terrorism, and what's changed is we have two big power competitors at the same time. So the holiday from history is clearly over. We anticipate, and you've been writing about it, the administration will send up a supplemental that deals with Israel, Ukraine, Taiwan, and Republicans are going to want something serious about the border. And so we'll take a look at the package when they send it up, make suggestions to improve it if that's needed. But clearly, the world has changed dramatically in the last 10 days.
And let me just say that all of us are heartbroken and disgusted, really, by the atrocities committed by Hamas against Israel. There are some in this country, and you see it more in our college and university campuses, who don't seem to see this issue with moral clarity. But it really is an example of unspeakable evil committed against innocent civilians, innocent children. And I can say that the Republican conference stands in solidarity with Israel and its right not only to exist, but also to defend itself and to protect its citizens from these types of attacks. Right now, the administration's focus should be on getting Americans home, working on trying to free up some of the hostages that are still held in Gaza, and I hope that will be first and foremost what they work on. Let me just say, too, that as you think about this issue and the issue of national security, the director of the FBI warned just recently that there could be copycat attacks here in the United States. And that really bears on one of the issues that the leader mentioned with respect to whatever package emerges from the Congress and is put forward by the White House, that we deal with the issue of our southern border. And if you look at just in the last 2 years, they have a category called special interest aliens. And in that category, there have been 659 Iranians that they have apprehended trying to come across our southern border. And in this last year, there have been 151 people on the terrorist watch list who have been apprehended at our southern border, which is more than the last 6 years combined. This is a national security issue, and it demands attention from this administration. And so I hope that as we anticipate, contemplate dealing with a package up here that addresses the needs in Israel and Ukraine and Taiwan and other places around the world, but that focuses clearly on the national security challenges that we have here right at home in the United States. And that is a porous southern border that this administration has ignored since the time it took office.
Well, national security starts with border security, and under Joe Biden, our country is a lot less safe because our southern border is wide open. If you talk to Border Patrol, they will tell you that bad people are coming in record numbers from around the world. Terrorists, criminals exploiting the significant increase in the flow of illegal immigrants to the country. Hundreds on the FBI terrorist watch list have already been apprehended, but they can't tell us how many got through, how many are here already, because under Joe Biden, close to 2 million illegal immigrant gotaways have gotten here by escaping detection at all. It's gotten so bad that the Department of Homeland Security issued additional terror warnings last month about increased terrorism and criminal actors. The world watched the horror of Hamas in Israel a week and a half ago. Women, children, tortured, raped, beheaded, 30 Americans killed, others held captive. Terrorists would love to see the exact same thing happen to us right here. And Joe Biden's open border policy makes that our greatest threat of terrorism. Republicans have solutions that will actually work. Our Secure the Border Act of 2023 has passed the House already. It provides the manpower, the technology, and actual physical barrier to work against illegal immigration and protect our communities, protect our citizens. Under Joe Biden, he has undermined our nation's safety and security.
The United States stands firmly beside Israel. I was privileged to lead a delegation that was bipartisan into the Middle East this past week. Our final destination was Israel. Unfortunately, we found out about the attacks upon Israel by Hamas. Our journeys were stalled momentarily, but the delegation and I were able to travel into Israel and meet with many of the Israeli leaders, including the Prime Minister. So this president has failed in many different respects. First, we need to be focusing on the release of the hostages. Our hearts are just in agony. As I spoke to the families of the Israelis who had loved ones that were murdered and taken away into the Gaza Strip, I spoke with Americans in Israel who had family members that were affected by the terrorist attacks in Israel. We must focus on getting these hostages back. These loved ones are in dire straits, not knowing whether their brothers, their sisters, their parents have been tortured or killed by Hamas. And make no bones about it, the Hamas terrorists that are holding these hostages, they are backed by Iran. They are backed by Iran. And we see this administration appeasing the Iranians. Since President Joe Biden took office, he has lined the pockets of the Iranians by $80 billion. And we know that those funds go directly to terrorist organizations. Hamas, 93% of their funding comes from Iran. 100% of the funding to the Palestinian Islamic Jihad comes from Iran. We also know that they sponsor Hezbollah, the Houthis, and many other terrorist organizations around the region. We need to step up as America and push back not just against the terrorists, but against this Iranian regime. And we have to tell our president it is absolutely unacceptable to continue with his appeasement towards the Iranians. We must stand with Israel. Quite literally, American and Israeli lives are on the line.
Well, I think you're going to hear a lot of us, I think, very united in what we're talking about in terms of Israel. I can't start talking without expressing my just deep, heartfelt sadness and horror at what we've seen happening. And, excuse me, I'll have to tell my husband to call me later. And so, you know, I want to say it is just unbelievable to see the heartlessness, the brutality, the inhumane attack by the terrorists of Hamas on Israel. I've questioned myself a lot, thinking, how does your heart get so cold and so filled with hate that you can do such crimes against humanity, against innocent babies and children? And so that behooves us, I think, here today to echo what everybody else has said, that we must stand with Israel against the terrorists. You know, we got a lot on our plates. We've got Ukrainian aid that we need to be serious about and consider and move forward with. And we've got the Israeli situation and the fight against terrorism. And you might say to yourself, how can we possibly manage all of this? You know how we can do it? Because we're the United States of America, and we must do it. We're the superpower, the beacon of freedom, the one country in the world that has the allies, the friendships, and the confidence to be able to go forward with meaningful aid, meaningful support, and how much that reverberates around the globe. So I would say that in the next several weeks, we are going to be considering different packages. We're going to be looking at helping not just Israel, but also helping in Ukraine and around the world. This is a pivotal tipping point time, I think. And it's time for us to look not so much inward, but to look outward, because in the end, it's going to be our own national security. I echo those concerns of our southern border. It does make you think, do we really know what's going on? Who's coming in, what they're doing, what kind of cells are developing? And the answer to that is probably not as much as we need to. So with that, I would say I stand with Israel as I stand with all of you and many folks across this great country. Thank you.
Afghanistan, Algeria, Bangladesh, Egypt, Indonesia, Iran, Iraq, Jordan, Kazakhstan, Lebanon, Libya, Morocco, North Korea, Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, Somalia, Sudan, Syria, Uzbekistan, Yemen. Why did I just name off those countries? This is not an exhaustive list. I was at the southern border on Wednesday, October 11th. I asked Border Patrol agents who's entered this country in the last 10 days. Our Border Patrol agents have encountered at least one person from each of those countries in the first 10 days of October. In fact, when I was there at the Ursula Processing Center, just out there near McAllen, Texas, they told me they had encountered 4 Syrian men overnight. In fact, I was able to go in one of the holding rooms and physically see these 4 Syrians they'd encountered overnight by Border Patrol. This is a national security threat. There have been 1.5 million known gotaways. So we talk about the nearly 8 million that Border Patrol have encountered since Joe Biden took office. On top of that are 1.5 million known gotaways. What's a known gotaway? As I chatted with Border Patrol, that means they had physical eyes on somebody crossing the border, but were not able to encounter them or apprehend, or they saw it through video cameras. I asked, how many additional people do you think have come across that are not even known getaways? They said, we have no idea, obviously. But they said it's probably at least 50% on top of that 1.5 million. On day one, Joe Biden literally put up an open house sign on the southern border, and the world, including adversarial countries, have noticed, and they're flooding us down south. It is easier now for potential terrorists to come across our southern border, but once they're here, many are being released into our country, often to major cities, without a trace. As evil regimes like Hamas attack our ally Israel, and our adversaries are increasingly emboldened, we should be concerned about terror cells moving into the United States. And if Joe Biden and the Democrats won't secure the border now, when are they ever going to do it? It is time to secure our southern border and start enforcing the rule of law.
Alex.
Do you have any reaction to former President Trump saying that Hezbollah is very smart, and also his criticism of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu?
I certainly do. I can't disagree more. Hezbollah is a terrorist organization, just like Hamas, funded by the same source as Hamas. And Prime Minister Netanyahu is one of the great leaders of modern times. Andrew.
Can I ask about the supplemental, which you mentioned up top? Do you worry that including Ukraine in this Israel package could compromise the Israel portion, given the opposition to Ukraine among the House Republicans?
Well, I think we have to address the problem that I outlined at the beginning. The most recent attack in Israel is part of a broader concern developed during the Ukraine war. Basically, the democracies of the world are all on the same side. You see the South Koreans, the Japanese, the Taiwanese concerned about Ukraine. The Prime Minister of Japan said at one point, if you want to send President Xi a message, beat Putin in Ukraine. This is all interconnected. You've got the North Koreans, the Iranians, the Russians, and the Chinese, sort of, on the same side against the democratic world. So there's a connection between all of this, and I'm not surprised, frankly, that the administration seems to be inclined to send up a broad package. And as my colleagues have pointed out, the border part of it needs to be credible, not just some reference to it, but a credible dealing with the problem that Senator Daines just pointed out.
Peter McConnell, do you support Jack Liu's nomination to be the ambassador to Israel?
Well, I think he's having his hearing this week. We'll take a look at it.
Jim Jordan just failed to win a speaker vote. He's 20 votes short. Do you think the House should reinstall Kevin McCarthy or empower Patrick Henry?
You guys cover the House. I got my hands full here in the Senate.
Sorry we're late, everybody. A lot going on. Okay. Okay, I want to thank my colleagues, Senators Cardin, Rosen, and Kelly, for joining me. And today we wanted to talk about our trip to Israel, the resolution we hope to pass today, and most importantly, the U.S.'s unrelenting support for Israel. In Israel, we had a good, productive meeting. Prime Minister Netanyahu, National Unity Party Benny Gantz, Defense Minister Gallant, Herzog, Lapid. There are no words for the horror we saw. We were in China. I met with the Israeli ambassador in Beijing. She told me about a kibbutz where they rounded up 100 people they herded them into the rec room from ages 80 to 3 months, and then machine gunned all of them down. It reminded me of what happened to my family when the Nazis came in Ukraine. Same thing. They asked my great-grandmother to put her whole greater family on the porch. She did. 35 people, aged 88 to 3 months, and they machine gunned all of them down. So many of us understand this, and it's seared in our memories. So it was an awful, awful day. So we went to Israel to share a message of resolute solidarity. America will stand with its ally Israel, and I, along with my colleagues here, will lead the effort in the Senate to provide Israel with the support required to fully defend itself from this monstrous attack. The purpose of our trip was threefold. A, to show that the U.S. stands with Israel. And I've gotten calls since we've come back. The Israelis have been so gratified that they were there at a time of great need, at a time when these vicious terrorists were trying to intimidate the world from supporting Israel with their vicious activities. Second, we met with the leaders in Israel to discuss in detail what Israel needs in terms of resources so that we can put together the best aid package. And third, we wanted to show that the U.S. is bipartisan. And we had 2 Democrats, 2 Republicans, and myself. The task now is threefold. One, to eliminate the threat to Hamas, of Hamas. If Hamas is allowed to continue, the same thing will happen again. If you read the Hamas Convention and their history, they believe that there should be no Jews between the Mediterranean and the Jordan River. They would do to the rest of the Jews in Israel what they did to the Jews along the Gaza line. Second is to secure safe return of the hostages. And third is to remind Israel that she must be humanitarian, that she must obey the rule of war and must minimize civilian casualties among the Palestinians. And we did that to every leader we met. As majority leader, as the highest-ranking Jewish leader in American history, I felt I wanted to be there and I had to be there as an obligation. And now we're going to do everything in our power to ensure that the Senate delivers the support for Israel and the rescue package. We intend to get the package the end of this week, and it will include the military help Israel needs, the diplomatic and intelligence help Israel needs, as well as humanitarian aid to minimize the loss of innocent human life of Palestinians and of Israelis. Now, Senator Carter.
Well, let me thank Senator Schumer. He's expressed the view I think we all feel, the shock and horror of what Hamas did, the atrocities that they committed, crimes against humanity. It's unspeakable, and every day we see more and more images that just sickens us and recognizes how vulnerable we all are. As the chair of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, let me tell you our priorities, my priorities. First, supporting Israel. We'll do everything we need to do to help Israel defend itself. Today, there's a resolution that was filed in the United States Senate. I want to thank the majority leader and the minority leader for authoring and leading on that resolution. It enjoys the co-sponsorship of 99 of our colleagues to show the bipartisan unified support for Israel. We need to take up a supplemental appropriation as soon as possible. Israel needs replenishment of the interceptors. They need precision missiles. They need munitions. We're making that available, but on an ongoing basis, we need to replenish the resources for that to happen. And then third, in regards to having Israel's back, the Senate Foreign Relations Committee will consider legislation to modernize and strengthen our relationship with Israel as it relates to armaments, and we'll be taking up that legislation shortly. Our second priority, these are our top priorities, is to deal with the hostages. There's not a moment that goes by that we don't think about our hostages and how we can help. We've been in conversations with leaders around the world. We've been in conversations on everything we can do to help free those hostages. We know some are Americans, and we will continue to do everything we can until they're safely home. Third, we are working very carefully with our partners to make sure that the conflict is not escalated by Hezbollah or Iran or any other actor. I think the President's taken pretty definitive steps, and we're doing everything that we can in our committee to make it clear that we stand behind the President and behind any effort to escalate this will have severe consequences. Next, the humanitarian needs. We recognize that there are innocent people that are trapped here. We want to do everything we can to provide the humanitarian needs for the innocent Palestinians that are caught by Hamas's actions. We recognize also that Israel must comply with the law of war, and we need safe passages for those who are trying to escape the violence. Fourth or fifth, we want to make sure that Hamas does not win, and one of their objectives is to eliminate the normalization efforts between Israel and its neighbors. So we are going to do everything we can, and we've already been in conversations with the Israelis and with the Saudis in regards to continuing on track the discussions that have taken place on normalization between those two countries, and you'll see some action by our committee to reinforce those efforts. There's many challenges in regards to those discussions, but we don't want Hamas to win and stop the normalization efforts. Tomorrow in the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, we'll have a hearing on Secretary Lew to be the ambassador to Israel. He's highly qualified. He's the right person for the right job. But if we want to be as most effective as possible in helping Israel to deal with the hostages, to deal with the humanitarian needs, to deal with normalization, we need a confirmed ambassador in Israel as soon as possible. So I will do everything I can, not only to have the hearing, but to move him out of committee and off the floor of the United States Senate, because we do need a confirmed ambassador in Israel, and we'll work to make sure that's a reality as soon as possible.
Okay. Next, we have Senator Rosen.
Thank you. I want to thank Leader Schumer for leading our delegation, and I also want to thank my Democrat and Republican colleagues who came on this visit to show a bipartisan, united front. Americans have seen the heart-wrenching report showing the carnage and brutality of Hamas's terrorist attack. Young people gunned down while trying to flee a music festival, children brutalized and burned to death, and Holocaust survivors ripped from their families. It may sound like a nightmare, but it's real. And I'm here to tell the world and to tell all of you, it's all too real, all too devastating. We cannot and we must not look away. As the only Jewish mother serving in the United States Senate, meeting with Israeli parents whose children have been held captive by Hamas, hearing those stories, seeing the fear and the pain in their eyes, their lives forever changed by this act of terror. That's something that will stay with me for the rest of my life. And I brought these stories back with me, along with one message. This is the time to take decisive action to help Israel. Here in the Senate, Democrats and Republicans, both sides of the aisle, must work together and work together quickly to deliver support as soon as possible. And that means providing the funding and defensive capabilities to do the following: protect the Israeli people, rescue those who are being held hostage, and hold Hamas accountable for the atrocities that they have committed. I fully believe that we can and will get this done because America's support is unwavering and unconditional. I said this in Israel, and I will repeat it now. History has shown History has shown what happens when the world abandons the Jewish people. And as long as I'm here, America will stand with Israel. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Rosen. And last but not least, Senator Kelly.
Thank you, Leader Schumer. Thank you, folks, for being here today. As Senator Schumer mentioned, 5 of us went over there. The 3 of us here, Senator Rosen, myself, Senator Schumer, but Senator Cassidy and Romney as well. We spent all day on Sunday, about 13 hours, meeting with the leadership of the Israeli government, the opposition, the war cabinet, the defense minister, President Herzog, as well, the ambassador, our diplomats in Israel. And I gotta say, folks, this was kind of unlike any day I've had in my entire career, and I spent 25 years in the Navy. It was heart-wrenching to hear over and over again from the leadership of the Israeli government just the brutality and the heinous acts that Hamas committed against the Jewish people in Israel was it was almost indescribable. And then later to meet with the family members of the American hostages and to hear their stories, tragic stories about their loved ones, and just wanted some reassurance from us that we will do everything in our power to get their family members back, and we will. To a person, all 5 of us stressed to the Israeli leadership the need to have a humanitarian response to this situation. We've already started providing security assistance. Hamas is a terrorist organization and has to be defeated. There is no doubt about that, and we stand with Israel in their goal to eliminate this brutal organization. We've already sent 100,000 metric tons of American diplomacy in the way of the USS Gerald Ford. Another aircraft carrier is going to arrive, the USS Eisenhower, shortly, and a Marine Rapid Response Force is on standby. Israel appreciates what we've done. We did talk in detail about what else we need to do, and that includes security assistance. They have not an immediate need, but soon they will have a need for precision-guided munitions, kits that go on Mark 80 series weapons like the JDAM, and also rounds for interceptor rounds for the Iron Dome system. We personally experienced the benefit of Iron Dome while we were there in Tel Aviv with a couple rocket attacks against Tel Aviv. So we're going to work closely with our other colleagues across the aisle to make sure we continue to stand with our ally, Israel, so they can defend themselves against Hamas. I think it's important to remind everybody that Hamas does not represent the Palestinian people. The Palestinian people are not Hamas. Hamas is a terrorist organization that needs to be eliminated. And we stand with Israel, who wants peace. Finally, let me just say one more thing. There are 12 members of CENTCOM, of the United States military, that have not been confirmed by the United States Senate because of one senator, Senator Tommy Tuberville of Alabama. We need to get these positions confirmed. If CENTCOM is not at its full strength, it hurts Israel and it helps Hamas. Thank you.
Thank you, my 3 colleagues. Yes.
Thank you, Leader Schumer. Just now there are reports that an Israeli airstrike killed about 500 civilians on a Palestinian hospital in Gaza. Can I get your reaction to that? And 2, House Republicans are drafting legislation in AUMF in case this escalates into a broader regional conflict with Iran. Can I get your thoughts on that and how concerned are you?
I haven't seen the first reports. As I've said, Israel has an obligation to minimize the loss of innocent civilian life and get them the materials they need. the humanitarian materials. Now, of course, you've got to make sure Hamas doesn't get hold of that. On the AUMF, I haven't seen that one either, so I'm not going to comment. It's like a chorus here.
Should Senator Menendez be allowed to attend the classified briefing on Israel tomorrow, and you still stand by your position that he should not resign? You're not calling for...
He's not going to attend the briefing tomorrow. Yes. I don't get involved in I've had private conversations. I don't get involved in what happened in them on this kind of thing. He's not attending.
How about the foreign relations?
Next. Go ahead.
Discuss the timeline for passing appropriations bills, and will the supplemental package for Israel come before that? What do you expect in terms?
We'd like to get the supplemental package moved as quickly as possible because the needs are great in both Israel and Ukraine. And we'll have to see how the administration's supposed to send us one the end of this week. I'm working with Leader McConnell to get it done ASAP. Okay? Yes.
There's a small minority of Democrats, progressive Democrats in the House pushing for a ceasefire. They're calling the administration. Just your thoughts on that?
Yes. I think a ceasefire, if you allow Hamas to continue to exist as is, the same thing will happen again, and we have to do everything to prevent that from happening.
Senator,
yes. Go ahead.
Are you having any conversations with any of the potential counterparts on the Republican side in the House about anything in the supplemental, or are you just sort of moving it in, plowing down the
Well, the House is sort of a mess, and therefore we think the best thing to do is pass a strong, big supplemental with strong bipartisan support, and that may force the House to act. Thanks, everybody.
over the past week and 4 days since the bombardment of Gaza. While much of this rhetoric directed at our community only goes as far as cowardly words and petty vandalism, this rhetoric directly contributed to the death of a 6-year-old boy in his own home in Chicago, Illinois. The politicians, media personalities, and producers that dehumanize the Muslim and Arab communities and people, as well as the people of Gaza, must cease this hateful rhetoric now. To the politicians advocating for anything less than an immediate ceasefire in Gaza, your words and inactions have led to a vacuum in leadership, causing more of an atmosphere of fear amongst your own Muslim and Arab constituents than since the World Trade Center attacks in 2001. To our fellow community members, people who have Muslim, Arab, and Palestinian neighbors, co-workers, friends, and classmates, check in with us, ask how we're doing. This week has been rough for everyone watching the news It is especially rough when you have family or friends or people that you care about in the midst of it all. We have stood since last Saturday to condemn the violence. All last week, we, the Muslim, Arab, and Palestinian communities, stood to condemn the violence. So I'll once again say and remind everyone, the violence must stop. And the fastest way to stop that violence is an end to the occupation of Palestine and an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. With that, I'd like to welcome Mohammed Haitham of the Palestinian American Cultural Center to give his remarks.
Assalamu alaikum, peace be upon you all. I'm here on behalf of the Palestinian American Cultural Center to express firstly our condolences to the family of Wadi', the 6-year-old Palestinian American boy who was savagely murdered in his own home, stabbed 26 times by his own landlord. The murder of Wadi' comes against the backdrop of an incitement campaign waged against Palestinians, Arabs, and Muslims to provide a consent for the genocide being waged on the Palestinian people of Gaza. We've watched in the news as politicians, media personalities, corporations, celebrities continue to share fabricated information, share calls for genocide without any pushback. We've heard from Israeli officials who've been platformed describing Palestinians in Gaza as human animals. And it's no surprise to us as Palestinians, Arabs, and Muslims of this country that there are those in our communities and within our society that are willing to carry that actual incitement out on the people of this country, your Palestinian, Arab, and Muslim neighbors, your Palestinian, Arab, Muslim employees and constituents. We believe that there's been a failure in the leadership of this country, a failure from the media, a failure from all of these various institutions to genuinely reflect the consequences of this genocidal campaign on Palestinian Arabs and Muslims in the Gaza Strip. Right now, as we speak, over 1,000 Palestinian children have been murdered in Gaza. 1,000 Palestinian children. We have not received any statements of condolences. We have not received even an acknowledgement of their death. Not from university administrators, not from politicians, not from the media itself. And this dehumanization campaign that's being waged to justify a genocide against the Palestinians of Gaza has come home to roost. We've witnessed it now through vandalizations of Palestinian, Arab, and Muslim property, through attacks on supporters of Palestine, on hijabi women, on now a 6-year-old boy, a defenseless boy whose only crime was the fact that he was a Palestinian American. And so now, recognizing the consequences of this dehumanization campaign, we have an option. Do we shift? Do we recognize that our complicity in war crimes as a country is bringing violence on our communities here? Do we recognize that the only way we can come out of this situation is through an end of the violence, through a ceasefire, through an end of the genocide on Gaza? We have that choice in front of us. The American public has an opportunity to wake up and recognize that a genocide is being broadcast live in front of you, and it's our opportunity to stop it now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohammed. I'd like to welcome Fawad Salah of the Palestinian Youth Movement.
Thank you, Muhammad, for speaking. I first want to give my condolences to the family of Wadi', the 6-year-old Palestinian American Muslim boy who was murdered in cold blood by his landlord. I want to uplift condolences for the over 2,000 Palestinians who have been violently murdered in Israel's most recent bombing campaign against the Gaza Strip. And today I would like to talk about how the narrative around the Palestinian, Arab, and Muslim people has directly impacted Palestinian and Arab Muslim students on campus. University campuses are meant to be a space for freedom of expression, for intellectual discussion, for pushback, for movement. It has historically been a platform for social justice, a platform for change, a platform for the freedom movements of the people of South Africa, of Vietnam, and Palestine. In the face of a bombing campaign which has taken the lives of over 2,000 Palestinians, in the face of a call to genocide which has demolished over 25,000 Palestinian homes in Gaza, 40 hospitals, schools, critical infrastructure, in the face of a siege which has denied Palestinians the access to food, water, shelter, healthcare, and basic necessities, our universities have turned their back against Palestinian, Arab, and Muslim students. If they are not issuing statements which project a one-sided narrative which portrays Palestinians in Gaza as barbaric, as violent, as criminal, they are actively calling for the criminalization of Palestinian and Arab and Muslim students as they organize in defense of the people in Gaza as they live under a complete land, air, and sea siege. This has crystallized most clearly in our own context at the University of Texas at Austin as their Palestine Solidarity Committee put together a teach-in on the conditions of Palestine. 3 members of the Austin community bombarded their event, calling them terrorists, denouncing them, calling them racist, Islamophobic slogans, which the university police department investigated and said that there was, quote, no criminal activity done and nothing the university can do. The United States is manufacturing consent for the annihilation of Gaza. And as Muhammad named, that does not exclude the Palestinians and Arabs and Muslims that live in the United States and that seek an education on our college campuses. Our universities have a responsibility to reject the dehumanization, criminalization, and villainization of Palestinian and Arab Muslim students. They must stand resolute in demanding that pro-Palestine speech and activism is protected on campus, and Palestinian, Arab, and Muslim students get the same protections on campus as all other students. Palestinian, Arab, and Muslim students are facing violent attacks, racist denunciation from faculty, admin, staff, and community members alike. Our universities must take an active stance in defense of these students and in defense of their right to speak, encountering the hegemonic narratives which deny us our right to speech and free expression. Thank you.
Thank you, Fawad. I'd now like to welcome Amina Ishaq, licensed clinical social worker and concerned Muslim mother.
Assalamu alaikum. May peace and blessings be on everyone. I'm a dedicated local community activist, but first and foremost, I'm a deeply concerned Muslim American mother of 4 Muslim children. The tragic and hate-filled murder of 6-year-old Wadia al-Fayumi, an American-Palestinian Muslim little boy, and attempted murder of his mother, Hanan Shaheen, has profoundly shaken our community and Muslim mothers all across our nation. This is a direct result of false information, dehumanization of the Palestinian children in Gaza, the unfounded allegations against Muslims in Palestine, and the one-sided media rhetoric against Muslims have all contributed to a growing backlash against our innocent children. No child should die by getting stabbed over 26 times in the presence of their mother. The tragic and painful loss of life of 6-year-old Wadia is a reminder that words matter. Propagating hate against innocent Palestinians and Muslims and Arabs matter. And it has consequences, and no life should be at risk because of this vicious cycle of hate and misinformation. When our country's leaders, whether directly or indirectly, perpetuate Islamophobia and hatred, it places our children in a state of vulnerability. The mainstream media has clearly taken a side and made a conscious effort to suppress the suffering of the 2 million plus Palestinians in Gaza who sleep not knowing if they will wake up the next morning. The one-sided media rhetoric against Muslims has contributed to a growing backlash against our children. Muslim children are targets of bullying and discrimination in our schools. They endure peer hostility and become victims of violence, just as we saw after 9/11. It is our moral duty as a nation to keep our children safe, and no child should be stabbed over 26 times for their religion or their ethnicity. It has been a very sad week in America and all over the world. And we need to come together and stand by Muslims and mourn with the family of our 6-year-old Wadia al-Fayoumi. We need to keep saying his name, and we will not forget him. May Wadia be in the presence of the angels and our most loving God, Al-Wadud, in paradise, surrounded by his sisters and brothers of Gaza, who have also been brutally murdered and are being massacred as we speak.
Thank you, Amin. In closing, we're tired of mourning for our children. We're tired of holding them closer every time we see dead children on the news in Gaza, and we will not stand to allow another child be killed either in Gaza or the United States. We call for immediate action by politicians and in the media to cease this hateful rhetoric now. We stand with Wadia's family, we stand with the people of Gaza, and we stand for justice. Stop the hateful rhetoric, stop the bombing of Gaza. Free Palestine. Thank you.
lot, but just have to be respectful of folks' time. And Megan, welcome back. Nice to see you here. So I just have a few things at the top here that I want to pass on, and then happy to dive into questions. So yesterday, as part of our continued engagement with our Israeli counterparts, Secretary Austin spoke with Minister of Defense Gallant about Israel's operations following Hamas's October 7th terrorist attack. The two have been in touch on a near daily basis since the attack, and I expect that they'll connect again soon. During yesterday's call, the Secretary reiterated that America's support for Israel's security remains ironclad and emphasized the importance of civilian safety as well as the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. Hamas specifically and indiscriminately targeted civilians and was barbaric in its cruelty, reminiscent of ISIS-style attacks. This was terrorism in its clearest sense. Hamas does not speak for the Palestinian people, and we will continue to raise the importance of adhering to the rule of law and the law of war, under which civilians may not be deliberately targeted. The department remains focused on 3 objectives: supporting Israel's defense through security assistance, sending a strong signal of deterrence to any actors who might be thinking of entering the conflict, and staying vigilant to any threats to U.S. forces in the region. We are actively providing additional security assistance to the Israeli Defense Forces. Secretary Austin visited an airbase in Israel to see the latest arrival on Friday of security assistance, and our security assistance continues to flow, including munitions to meet Israel's urgent needs. With that, Secretary Austin issued a prepare to deploy order to approximately 2,000 DoD personnel from a range of units. This directive increases DoD's ability to respond quickly to the evolving security environment in the Middle East. Should the President decide, the United States would be in a position to rapidly deploy additional air defense, security logistics, medical, intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance, and transportation and additional capabilities into the theater. But to be clear, no decisions have been made to deploy any of these forces at this time. This order only puts these units on higher alert. The Secretary will continue to assess our force posture and remain in close contact with allies and partners. Also yesterday, Secretary Austin approved the extension of the Ford Carrier Strike Group's deployment in the Eastern Mediterranean. The Ford will soon be joined by the USS Eisenhower Strike Group, which, along with sending aircraft into the region, shows our seriousness and commitment to deterrence. And last, the 26th Marine Expeditionary Unit is moving to the region. The 26th MU is an adaptable military force composed of infantry, aviation, and logistics components, all operating under one command. Positioned at sea, the 26th MU is equipped to execute amphibious missions, respond to crises, and engage in limited contingency operations across a spectrum of military scenarios. And with that, I'd be happy to take your questions. Tara, why don't you start us off?
Thanks, Sabrina. I wanted to ask about the Al-Afli hospital bombing. I want to know if there's any indication that this was an Israeli airstrike that has potentially killed hundreds of Palestinians seeking treatment and shelter there, and if so, does that change the U.S. evaluation of whether or not to send things like JDAMs or other bombs to Israel? And then separately on Ukraine, could you discuss the arrival of the ATACMS, and is this part of a continuing package of ATACMS for Ukraine, and where they're possibly being sourced from?
Sure. So I've seen the reports of the strike that you're referring to, or the hospital that was hit. I'm aware of the reports, but I don't have anything to offer further at this time. The Secretary, as I mentioned, has been in regular contact with Minister Gallant, emphasizing again that in this conflict that the law of war is being upheld, and that's not only something that's been consistently delivered in private, but also publicly. So I would just leave it at that. I just don't have more for you on those reports. Separately, on the ATACMS, you asked where they're being sourced from. I'm not going to...
Is this part of an ongoing, will there be more shipments of ATACMS?
Well, I'm not going to preview any future security packages that we are putting together for the Ukrainians. It's something that, we're regularly consulting with the Ukrainians on what they need, but I'm just not going to preview anything that might be included in future packages. And in terms of where they're sourced from, I'm just not going to get into that at this time. Great. Sorry, right here, Jeff. Sorry, I was looking, but here.
Can the Defense Department identify the units that the 2,000 service members are in that they're prepared to deploy? Also, you mentioned 26 MU. One of the missions that the MU trains for is a non-combatant evacuation operation. Is that why the 26 MU has been set to the Eastern Med for a possible NEO?
So the 26 MU right now does not have orders. They are there so that the Secretary and the President can make a decision if they are needed. They are in the region, but I'm not going to get into specific operational details at this time. In terms of and I'm sorry, could you repeat your first question on the...
Hoping you could say which units, the roughly 2,000,
In terms of the units, again, this was a decision. The ready to deploy order came down yesterday from the secretary. It is up to the commanders to start sourcing those units to figure out who would best meet the requirements that is needed, but those units have not been identified yet.
So no one's gotten prepared to deploy orders yet?
Not yet. This is just the secretary made the decision yesterday, but the orders themselves and which units are going to be selected have not been selected yet. So I don't have that full list yet. Yeah. Yes.
Thank you very much, Sabrina.
Sure.
So far, U.S. officials, including but not limited to Secretary of Defense Austin, they say repeatedly that there's no conditions set on the use of the U.S. ammunition provided to Israel.
Yeah.
And just in the past, you've seen the pictures. You say yourself that there's been an attack against an hospital. With massive hundreds of casualties. So isn't there any concern within the Department of Defense that whilst you're supplying these military assistance, you kind of part of it, or like you might be militarily involved in any possible war crimes committed against civilians?
So what I will say is that exactly what you just mentioned, what you just said, is that we did not put any preconditions on Israel when it comes to using our security assistance. From the beginning, what we have said is that governments like us, our democracies, is what separates ourselves from Hamas. We certainly expect Israel, as with any ally or partner, to uphold the law of war. It should be very clear that Hamas is the one putting Palestinians or those in Gaza at great risk. I mean, they are putting their command and control units inside hospitals, inside areas where there are innocent civilians. So the fact that they've set up command centers at these hospitals just shows the brutality that they're willing to engage on, that they're willing to use civilians as a way to mask their operations, but also to see them as casualties. That's not how we democracies are going to, or how the secretary in his conversations with Minister Gallant, we have always emphasized that the law of war be upheld.
Have you seen that so far? Be upheld, the laws of war by Israel?
We are in constant communication with the Israelis. We have seen them, I think, be very deliberate about where they are striking, continuing to target Hamas locations and away from civilians. Idris, and I'll go to Tom.
I mean, you just further to this point, you talked about how, what separates the U.S. and Israel from Hamas. It's your democracies. You expect them to follow the rule of law. But Israel has a very long and well-documented history of targeting and killing civilians. We saw it earlier this morning when the UN said they killed 5 and now roughly 500 believed to be dead. I get the point you're trying to make, that is the expectation, but why not say, given your history, even though you are an ally, we will put in and use monitoring systems. We will track you in the way that we track other countries. Why not put those guidelines in place, knowing what you know about them?
We feel confident in our discussions that the Secretary has had with Mr. Gallant. You just saw Secretary Blinken was back in Israel for a second time in just less than a week. The President is going to Israel today. These are certainly things that will be discussed, but again, we did not put preconditions on Israel when it came to providing security assistance. We feel that Israel is, and democracies like Israel and us, should follow the law of war and will follow the law of war in protecting innocent civilians and directly targeting where these known terrorists are.
I guess they're not, is my point. And just because a command center is in a hospital, it's still a war crime to target those, right? So I guess what I'm saying is there is evidence that they're not doing what you're saying they should be doing. Why not then say, okay, we will now put in the restrictions?
Well, again, in relation to the report that you're referring to, I've seen the reports. I don't have any more details to provide at this time. I don't know who is responsible. We don't have all the facts, and I'm sure as we learn more, that will inform conversations, but right now I'm not going to go down a hypothetical road of who is responsible for something. What I can tell you again is what the Secretary has been very clear on is that we expect Israel to uphold the law of war, and our priorities, our objectives in supporting Israel is making sure that Israel has what it needs through our security assistance, sending a continued strong message of deterrence that should any other actor think of entering the conflict, that they think again. and that we are being mindful and vigilant of any threats to our U.S. forces. Tom? Yes.
Yeah, along these lines about the law of war, the Israelis have cut off water, fuel, electricity, food to 2 million people in Gaza. The ICC sees that as a violation of international law. So does the UN. How does the administration see that? Is that a violation of the law of war by that action?
Well, we don't want to see any innocent civilians without water, power, the necessities that they need to survive. Well, just a sec. So we do know that water was turned back on in the southern part of Gaza. We're continuing to engage with the Israelis on making sure that civilians have what they need and that they can clear out or evacuate into safe areas. You're seeing that. You're, again, seeing ongoing discussions from the State Department, and then tonight the president is flying to Israel, where I expect that, of course, he will raise this issue.
That's like those in Gaza moving south, they thought it would be safe. But Israel is bombing the Rafah area. So how is that safe?
Well, again,
I talked with Israel about, listen, if you want people to move south, you have to make it safe for them.
And that's something that I can assure you the Secretary has been communicating to Minister Gallant and is having other calls with partners and allies in the region to assure that, or to ensure, I should say, that innocent civilians within Gaza, which includes American citizens, have a way to leave that area safely. And we are also urging them to turn on, like they did, water in the south part of Gaza so that civilians can have access to that. I'll go to Nancy.
I wanted to get a couple clarifications. Is there any U.S. evidence that there was a command center in this hospital?
I'm sorry, in relation to this attack?
Yeah.
I just have seen the reports. I'm not sure exactly.
U.S. has no confirmation of that.
I wouldn't be able to speak to that because that gets to also intelligence. So I haven't seen which hospital, again, I've been here, I haven't seen which hospital it was. So I've seen the reports, but I know what you're referring to, but I just don't have more information at this time.
General Krill is in the area now. Yeah. Is he currently trying to find out more? Who is he asking to determine what precisely happened at this hospital site and why it was struck?
I know that General Kurilla is in the area, but I would refer you to the CENTCOM team to answer those questions. I just don't have more on his discussions.
And lastly, you've said that Israel is launching targeted strikes, but I think by any objective measure, the Israeli intelligence failed to see the October 7th attack. Why does the Pentagon have so much confidence in Israeli intelligence to launch precise, accurate strikes in Gaza, given the failure of its intelligence community to see the threat to Israel leading up to the October 7th attack?
Well, I'm not going to get into specific intelligence and what the Israelis are or what they can see now, but of course we are working with them when it comes to hostage rescue and recovery. We feel confident that we continue to share intelligence with the Israelis. We feel confident that they will be deliberate in their targeting and not target innocent civilians. I'm going to move on. Okay.
On what basis do you have such confidence in that, given the intelligence? I think that what in the consistent theme you're hearing in these questions is that the U.S. is saying civilians won't be targeted, and yet we can't get a clear answer on what it's doing to make sure that civilians weren't targeted in this case. And I'm just looking for some clarity on that.
Yep. So I'm not going to get into private conversations that the Secretary has with Minister Gallant. I can tell you that what I've heard consistently from the Secretary and from this administration is that we expect all democracies, like Israel, to uphold the law of war. That's something that's incredibly important. That's something that sets us apart from whether it's other governments, other terrorist organizations, and that is a consistent theme that the Secretary brings up in his calls, and not just the Secretary, but across this administration. Yeah, James.
So, just given on the same subject that we've been talking about, is it the Defense Department's position, and by extension the White House, that we trust the Israelis more than we trust the Ukrainians? Because as you've said, we have not put preconditions on the Israelis. We expect them to follow the law of war. we have put conditions on the Ukrainians, particularly as it relates to cluster munitions. They are required to tell us where they've used them. They're required to keep a list of how they've used them and what targets they have had. So do we trust the Israelis more than we trust the Ukrainians?
I wouldn't look at it like that. I would say that both Ukraine and Israel are engaged in two very different wars right now. I would say that the way that the Ukrainians are employing the depicums on the battlefield is responsible. They are keeping track of where they are going. That is something for their own safety that they are doing in order to, when they start clearing those, when they start taking back their territory, to avoid further civilian casualties, to avoid any type of cluster munition that did not go off. That is for their security as well. And Russians have been also using cluster munitions on the battlefield as well. Let me finish. So can I just finish? Can I just finish really quick? Okay, I'm just going to finish this really quick. So again, Israel is one of our oldest, longest partners and allies in the region. We are working with them very closely when it comes to providing them the security assistance that they need. I think, James, we have to remember that this attack is considered their 9/11. They have every right and should respond to the terrorists that killed innocent people. Again, in our conversations, we have been very clear that that the Israelis, when engaging, continue to uphold the law of war, that they allow civilians, innocent civilians, safe passage. But again, we have to remember that they were attacked viciously on October 7th. I'm going to move on. Yep. Fox? Yeah. Liz?
What exactly is the U.S. and is the Pentagon doing to ensure the safety of Americans in Gaza? And have any members of the U.S. Embassy team gone into Gaza to help find the hostages? Separately, is the 26th MU that's going to the region, could that be used to evacuate Americans from Gaza?
So on the 26th MU, right now they have not been tasked with anything in particular. So they are there if needed. And at the Secretary and the President's discretion for whatever they feel they could be used for, but they don't have orders. And so at this time, I'm just not going to get into any operational details. On the, I'm sorry, you had asked me one other question before that.
If any of
I'm sorry.
the U.S. is doing to ensure
there are no boots on the ground in Gaza. Yeah.
Is the U.S. doing anything to ensure the safety of Americans in Gaza?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Are they given any sort of different guidance?
What we are, the State Department is really taking the lead on that and continuing to engage to ensure that American citizens do have a way, a safe passage out. What the department is focused on, again, is those three priorities that I listed out, which is sending a message to the region on deterrence, providing security assistance to Israel, and then, of course, staying incredibly vigilant of any threats to our U.S. forces. But beyond that, I don't have anything else. Warren.
Two questions. Will the U.S. conduct its own investigation of the hospital explosion in Gaza to have its own decision on, or own clarity on whether it was an Israeli airstrike or something else?
I'm not going to get ahead of any investigations that have or have not been launched. I'm not going to take that.
And if the conflict spreads beyond Gaza and we see Hezbollah or other parties getting involved, does DOD have the authorities it needs to carry out whatever actions it sees fit, or does it need an AUMF if the decision is made to become involved?
We, of course, would certainly consult with Congress on any type of action that we would take that involves U.S. forces, but right now that's a hypothetical. Our main goal, by positioning not one, but a second carrier will be there soon, is to send a message of deterrence, to say to actors in the region who think that they might want to take advantage of this conflict, do not do that. This is not the time to do that. We remain focused, of course, on providing Israel what it needs, but again, our also biggest focus as well is sending a message of deterrence to the region. Fadi.
Thank you, Sabina. I just have one clarification of something you said, and I have another question. Okay. You said, I believe, that you saw the reports concerning the targeting of...
I'm aware of the reports.
You're aware of the reports about targeting the Baptist Hospital, which is under the Episcopal Church in Jerusalem. But you don't have information on what happened. However, you felt the need to say that Hamas State uses hospitals to have command centers. Why did you feel that you needed to put that in if it's not clear what happened there to you?
I wouldn't say that I was trying to conflate the two by any means. I was just trying to be specific, more specific on the fact that Hamas does integrate in high civilian populations and tries to set up command centers in places where should be used for innocent civilians to be treated, should be used for innocent civilians to seek medical care. I would not conflate or draw any type of comparison to the attack that I've only heard the reports. I don't even know where it is located. I'm getting information from you as I'm standing up here. So I really wouldn't draw the comparison. I was trying to show you that Hamas is willing to use innocent civilians as essentially human shields. That's exactly what we saw with ISIS. And so I would be really mindful of not trying to draw any connection there, as I don't have any details on the report that you're referencing.
And my question is, even before this hospital attack happened, more than 3,000 Palestinians have been killed, UN facilities have been targeted, 14 UN workers, staff members have been killed, 11 journalists, 15, thanks for correcting me. You say this, the Pentagon doesn't put conditions on how Israel views U.S. security assistance. Is this a matter of principle or should be tested against the realities on the ground? Is this like an open-ended commitment, or what Israel does matter here?
I would say that, of course, what Israel does matters. Absolutely. Absolutely this is a war. And absolutely the actions that are taken, of course, matters. But that's why in our conversations, the Secretary, this administration has been very clear about the law of war and what that means. And that's what does set us aside from other nations around the world who do not follow that. So again, I think that we have been very clear from all across our agencies about the incredible loss of life that we are seeing in Israel and in Gaza, but we feel confident in our conversations with the Israelis that, and we will continue to reiterate, that the law of war must be upheld. Yeah.
Hi, thanks, Sabrina. Just a clarifying question. Given that there's no preconditions or tracking of the US material once it's gone to Israel, you can't rule out how it's being used. So it's entirely possible that US bombs have already been used to kill civilians in Gaza, whether or not that was intentional, but you can't rule that out, right?
Well, that's a hypothetical, and I wouldn't get into that.
Is it hypothetical though? Well, okay, setting aside whether or not it's a hypothetical, because we don't know where those bombs are going. Okay, does it not make your position untenable to keep saying again and again that there's no preconditions, and that Israel respects the rule of law and so on? If that position is becoming harder and harder to sustain in the face of the mounting casualty rate that we're seeing every day from Gaza.
I know I've said this many times, but the Secretary is having near daily conversations with his Israeli counterpart. He is speaking to allies in the region. The Secretary of State was there, had an hours-long conversation with the Israelis and his counterpart. Again, we feel that the Israeli military is a very capable, very professional military. And I know I've said this, but what sets us apart from the world, democracies like ours, is not targeting innocent civilians. And that is important, and that is what you've heard the Secretary continue to say in his conversations, and that's what we will continue to say.
I respectfully get that. If it turns out that US weapons specifically have been used to target civilians, then will you change your position about no conditionality or tracking of US bombs?
Well, again, as I said, that is a hypothetical, and I'm just not going to get into that right now. Laura, did you have a question?
Yeah,